In the shadows of every city, behind every closed door, there are stories too disturbing to be forgotten. Stories of deception, betrayal, murder. Tonight, on Stories of Crime, we uncover another chilling case that shocked the world and left investigators searching for answers. So dim the lights, put on your headphones and prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of the human mind. This is Stories of Crime, the Air Pirate. Part 1, The Hook. Welcome, esteemed listener, to a journey into the extraordinary, a descent into the thrilling, and an ascent into the terrifying. You are about to embark on the very first chapter of The Air Pirate, a tale designed not merely to entertain, but to ensnare your imagination from the very first moment. This initial segment, aptly titled Part 1 of The Hook, is a meticulously crafted gateway, an invitation to a world where the familiar comfort of the skies is utterly shattered by an unimaginable threat. Our core objective here is to grab your attention with an iron grip, to plant within your mind the terrifying and utterly thrilling premise of a pirate ruling the very heavens above us. Consider, if you will, the inherent fascination humanity has always held for the rogue, the outlaw, the individual who operates beyond the conventional bounds of law and society. We are drawn to tales of pirates, not just for their swashbuckling adventures, but for the profound sense of freedom they embody, however brutal or illicit that freedom may be. Now, elevate that classic archetype, transpose it from the turbulent waves of the ocean to the vast, open expanse of the sky. Imagine a world where the boundless blue is no longer a symbol of peace and progress, but a hunting ground. This concept, the Air Pirate, immediately ignites a spark of intrigue, does it not? It's an inversion of expectations, a daring defiance of our understanding of modern travel and security. The very idea of an air pirate introduces a layer of vulnerability and exhilaration that transcends mere ground-based criminality. It's a primal fear, perhaps, of the unknown, coupled with the allure of daring escapades, all played out against the breathtaking backdrop of the troposphere. We are talking about a character, or perhaps an entire organization, that has somehow mastered the realm of flight, bending it to their will for nefarious purposes, transforming the very act of aerial transport into a perilous gamble. This is the foundation upon which our hook is built. A potent blend of the familiar and the utterly fantastic, designed to seize your cognitive faculties and pull you headfirst into the narrative. Our journey begins with a meticulous crafting of the opening scene, a dramatic cold open that throws you directly into the heart of the impending chaos. We begin with a serene, almost idyllic portrayal of a peaceful passenger flight. A scene so common in our modern lives that it evokes a sense of security and routine. Then, without warning, this tranquility is violently overshadowed by the sudden, terrifying appearance of a massive, unidentified airship. This juxtaposition is not merely for dramatic effect. It is a calculated psychological maneuver to maximize the impact of the impending threat. Imagine this: the gentle, rhythmic hum of the twin jet engines provides a soothing backdrop, a lullaby of mechanical efficiency as Flight 317 glides effortlessly through a sea of cerulean sunlight. Warm and golden, streams through the oval windows, illuminating the motes of dust dancing in the cabin air. Below, the world unfurls like a crumpled tapestry. Vast, green forests give way to patchwork fields, miniature towns, and rivers that snake like silver ribbons across the landscape. The flight attendants move with practiced grace, offering refreshments, their smiles reassuring. Passengers are lost in their own worlds. A young child presses her nose against the glass, tracing imaginary patterns on the clouds. A businessman pores over spreadsheets on his laptop, oblivious to the altitude. An elderly couple holds hands, gazing at the distant horizon with contented sighs. The cabin is filled with a low murmur of conversation, the rustle of newspapers, the soft click of seatbelts, all conspiring to create an atmosphere of profound, almost mundane, peace. There is nothing to suggest that this ordinary journey is about to be irrevocably altered, nothing to hint at the extraordinary horror poised to descend. Then, a subtle shift. Perhaps it's a sudden, inexplicable dimming of the light within the cabin, not a cloud passing overhead, but something more substantial, a shadow deeper than any natural phenomenon. A passenger glances up, perhaps the child first, her innocent eyes widening at something utterly out of place. Others follow her gaze, a ripple of unease starting from the window seats. Outside, against the impossibly blue canvas of the sky, a shape begins to resolve itself. It is not the familiar silhouette of another commercial airliner, nor the sleek profile of a military jet. No, this is something altogether different, something vast, silent, and utterly alien. It appears from above, or perhaps from the side, a colossal presence that seems to materialize from thin air. Its sheer scale is the first shock. It dwarfs the passenger plane, an immense, dark leviathan suspended in defiance of all known aerodynamics. Its surface is obsidian, reflecting no light, absorbing everything, a silent predator against the vibrant sky. There are no flashing navigation lights, no telltale engine plumes, no visible means of propulsion. It is a ghost in the machine of the heavens, a colossal enigma that bears down upon them with an almost deliberate slowness, casting an ever-growing pall over the smaller aircraft. The low murmur in the cabin dies, replaced by a growing, terrified silence, punctuated only by gasps and the frantic whispers of "What is that?" The faces of the flight crew, visible through the cockpit door, are etched with a mixture of disbelief and abject terror. This is not a mechanical failure, nor a storm. This is something else entirely, something sentient, something menacing, something that has no place in the ordered world of commercial aviation. Let us explore a real-world storytelling example that effectively utilizes a similar dramatic cold open to immediately hook its audience. Consider the opening sequence of Steven Spielberg's iconic film, Jaws. The movie doesn't start with a slow build-up to the shark's appearance, nor does it present a detailed exposition of the small island community of Amity. Instead, it thrusts us directly into the vulnerability of a young woman taking a moonlight swim, her joy and freedom palpable against the dark, mysterious ocean. The attack itself is visceral, swift, and utterly brutal, leaving the audience breathless and acutely aware of the unseen danger lurking beneath the seemingly benign surface. The contrast between her carefree exuberance and the sudden, violent horror is precisely what makes the scene so unforgettable. It establishes the central threat immediately, demonstrates its lethality without ambiguity, and generates a powerful sense of dread that permeates the entire film. Similarly, in our air pirate scenario, the peaceful cabin of Flight 317 is our carefree swimmer. The majestic, silent, unidentified airship is our unseen predator, its mere presence a stark promise of terror to come. The goal is identical: to create an instantaneous, undeniable impact that forces the listener to lean forward, to ask what happens next. With a palpable sense of urgency, we are not just telling you a story. We are immersing you in an experience, a visceral encounter with the unknown. Psychologically, this type of cold open, moving from serene normalcy to sudden, overwhelming threat, is incredibly effective for several profound reasons. Firstly, it leverages the power of contrast. The human mind is exquisitely tuned to detect anomalies and disruptions in established patterns. When a scene of peace and order is abruptly shattered by something monstrous and inexplicable, our cognitive systems immediately flag it as a high-priority event. This creates an intense psychological shock, engaging our fight-or-flight response even from the comfort of our listening environment. We are momentarily thrown off balance, our expectations subverted, which heightens our susceptibility to the unfolding narrative. Secondly, it plays on our primal fear of the unknown. The airship is unidentified, massive, and silent. These qualities strip away any comforting explanations or rationalizations. Is it military, alien, a new experimental craft? The lack of information leaves a terrifying void that our imaginations rush to fill, often with the most disturbing possibilities. This ambiguity is far more frightening than a clearly defined threat, as it taps into a deeper, more ancient fear of the monstrous and the incomprehensible. Thirdly, the setting at 30,000 feet amplifies the sense of helplessness. Unlike an attack on land or sea, where there might be avenues for escape or intervention, being trapped in a metal tube miles above the earth, confronted by an insurmountable aerial behemoth, evokes a profound sense of vulnerability. There is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. This feeling of being utterly at the mercy of an external, superior force is deeply unsettling and immensely compelling, as it forces us to confront our own mortality and the fragility of our modern technological safeguards. The emotional investment is instantaneous because the stakes are immediately apparent to survival itself. Now, for practical application steps for you, the discerning listener, in fully immersing yourself in this type of hook. When encountering such an opening, do not merely listen passively. Instead, engage your own sensory imagination. Close your eyes for a moment, if you can, and actively conjure the scene. Feel the gentle vibration of the aircraft. Hear the soft conversations. See the sunlight streaming through the window. Taste the recycled cabin air. Then, allow yourself to feel the subtle shift, the first flicker of unease. Visualize that colossal, Silent shape emerging from the blue. What color is it? What texture does its surface appear to have? How does the light or lack thereof play upon it? What is the quality of the silence it brings? Allow the fear, the confusion, and the wonder to wash over you. Don't shy away from the discomfort. Embrace it. Ask yourself, what would I do in this exact moment? What is the first thought that would race through my mind? By actively participating in this imaginative reconstruction, you are not just consuming a story. You are living it, however briefly, and this deepens your emotional connection to the unfolding narrative, preparing you for the thrilling journey that lies ahead. This active engagement transforms you from a mere observer into a participant, a co-creator of the story's reality within your own mind, which is precisely the objective of a powerful narrative hook. It's about opening a channel of pure imaginative flow, where the narrative elements presented by the author find fertile ground within your own consciousness, blossoming into a vibrant, multi-sensory experience. Having established this terrifying initial scenario, this abrupt shattering of peace by an aerial menace, we now move to our second key point, posing a direct, penetrating question to you, the listener, about facing the unknown at 30,000 feet. This is where the story reaches out from the speaker and touches your individual experience, making the abstract terror profoundly personal. Imagine the sudden, gut-wrenching realization that everything you thought you knew about safety, about the inviolability of our modern air travel, is fundamentally wrong. The blue sky, once a symbol of freedom and connection, has suddenly become a boundless, inescapable trap. The sheer scale of the unknown airship, its silent, menacing presence, and the utter lack of any conventional explanation leave you utterly exposed. So, I must ask you directly, as you sit here, comfortably perhaps, listening to these words, what would you do? What would be your first, most primal reaction when confronted with something utterly incomprehensible, miles above the earth, an entity that defies all known laws of physics and common sense? Could you maintain your composure? Would you succumb to panic, a primal scream caught in your throat? Would you desperately search for an answer, a rationale, however thin, to explain the inexplicable? Or would you simply freeze, your mind overwhelmed by the sheer, unadulterated terror of the unknown? This isn't a hypothetical question about a minor inconvenience or a mundane fear. This is about confronting the ultimate vulnerability, the profound sense of helplessness, and the immediate threat to your very existence, all while suspended in the void. It's a moment of profound psychological introspection, forcing you to confront your own courage, your own fragility, your own capacity for resilience or despair in the face of an unprecedented aerial threat. This direct inquiry is designed to bridge the gap between the narrative and your personal reality, making the stakes immediate and deeply personal. It's an invitation to internalize the protagonist's impending struggle, to feel the cold dread that would undoubtedly grip anyone in such a predicament. Let's consider a real-world storytelling example that effectively uses direct address to engage an audience on a deeply personal level. Think of the famous opening lines from Shakespeare's Hamlet. Who's there? While technically spoken by a character to another character, it immediately establishes an atmosphere of suspicion and mystery, drawing the audience in by posing a question that resonates with the unknown. A more direct example, perhaps, would be powerful political speeches or advertisements that often use phrases like "Are you tired of?" or "What would you do if?" These questions compel the listener to immediately engage, to reflect on their own experiences or hypothetical situations. In the realm of literature, interactive fiction, or choose-your-own-adventure books inherently rely on direct questions to the reader, forcing them to make choices and thus become an active participant in the story. Similarly, the question posed here, "What would you do?" is not merely rhetorical in the sense of expecting no answer. It is rhetorical in that it expects a deeply personal, internal answer from each listener, an imagined response that roots the story firmly within their own psyche. It transforms a narrative event into an individual thought experiment, making the listener not just an audience member, but a potential character within the unfolding drama, contemplating their own hypothetical reactions and strategies. This technique creates a sense of shared experience, a mutual exploration of human reaction under extreme duress. Psychologically, posing a direct question to the listener about their response to the unknown at 30,000 feet is a powerful technique for several compelling reasons. Firstly, it shatters the fourth wall, the invisible barrier between the story and the audience. This direct address creates an immediate, intimate connection between the narrator and the listener, fostering a sense of shared experience and immediacy. It's no longer just a story happening to fictional characters. It's a scenario being presented to you, demanding your personal consideration. Secondly, it compels empathy and projection. By asking, "What would you do?" the listener is forced to mentally step into the shoes of someone on that threatened flight. This imaginative projection activates emotional centers in the brain, generating a stronger emotional response than simply observing the character's reactions. You're not just witnessing fear. You're feeling a shadow of it yourself. Thirdly, it taps into our innate sense of self-preservation and our desire to test our own limits. We are often curious about how we would perform under extreme pressure. This question provides a safe, intellectual space to explore that curiosity without actual danger. It engages cognitive processes related to problem-solving, moral choice, and self-assessment. Fourthly, it elevates the stakes. By personalizing the threat, the story immediately becomes more urgent and significant to the individual listener. The success or failure of the characters, the resolution of the conflict, now carry a deeper weight because you have mentally placed yourself in their perilous position. This makes the subsequent narrative developments far more impactful and emotionally resonant. For practical application steps in fully engaging with this direct question, I encourage you to allow yourself a moment of genuine introspection. Do not dismiss it as a mere rhetorical flourish. Instead, genuinely ponder the implications. Imagine the scenario again, this time placing yourself squarely within the cabin of Flight 317 as that colossal, silent airship looms. What is the very first sensation you experience? Is it a cold dread, a sudden surge of adrenaline, a profound confusion? Does your mind race through potential solutions, however futile? Do you look around at your fellow passengers, searching for a shared understanding, a common fear, or perhaps a leader? Or do you instinctively retreat inward, curling into yourself, waiting for the inevitable? Consider the physical manifestations of fear: a racing heart, shallow breath, trembling hands. Allow these imagined physiological responses to deepen your immersion. There is no right or wrong answer here. The purpose is not to judge your hypothetical bravery, but to simply connect with the raw human experience of facing something truly terrifying and unknown. By engaging with this question on such a personal level, you are essentially signing an unspoken contract with a story. You are agreeing to walk alongside its characters, to experience their triumphs and tribulations, their hopes and their fears, as if they were your own. This deepens your investment and ensures that the air pirate will be far more than just a fleeting diversion. It will be an indelible journey. In summary, Part 1: The hook is not merely an introduction. It is an act of narrative sorcery, meticulously designed to pull you into a world reimagined. We began by establishing the compelling, inherently thrilling, and terrifying premise of a pirate ruling the skies, a concept that immediately challenges our modern sensibilities and ignites our sense of wonder and dread. We then plunged you into a dramatic cold open, depicting a peaceful passenger flight violently interrupted by the colossal, silent menace of an unidentified airship, a scene crafted to maximize contrast and psychological impact, drawing upon your deepest fears of this unknown and helplessness. We solidified this immersion by providing real-world storytelling examples like Jaws to illustrate the power of such beginnings, dissecting the psychological reasons why these techniques are so effective, from leveraging contrast to exploiting primal fears. Finally, we brought the narrative directly to your doorstep, posing a personal question about what you would do when faced with the incomprehensible at 30,000 feet, a maneuver designed to shatter the fourth wall, compel deep empathy, and make the story intimately yours. We also considered how direct questions in storytelling, from Shakespeare to modern advertising, effectively engage an audience, alongside the profound psychological benefits of such direct address, including fostering projection and elevating stakes. And finally, we offered practical guidance on how you, the listener, can actively engage with these elements, transforming passive listening into a vivid, internal experience. This carefully constructed hook serves as a crucial foundation, preparing your mind and emotions for the extraordinary events that are about to unfold. It is a promise of high stakes, relentless tension, and a world turned upside down. Having now been introduced to the core premise and experienced the immediate, terrifying reality of an aerial threat, you are now ready to delve deeper. You are poised at the edge of the abyss, your imagination primed, your senses alert. The question of what happens next is no longer a distant curiosity, but an immediate, pressing concern that compels you forward. The stage is set. The players are in motion, and the sky is no longer safe. Prepare yourself, for the journey into the air pirate has truly just begun. We've merely grazed the surface of the turbulence. The true storm, the heart of the intrigue and danger, awaits just beyond this thrilling initial encounter. What kind of pirate rules these vast, empty stretches of blue? What are their motives? What unimaginable technology do they wield to strike such fear into the hearts of passengers and pilots alike? These are the questions that will drive us deeper into the narrative, promising revelations and escalating conflicts that will keep you on the edge of your seat, or wherever you may be listening. The seeds of fascination and dread have been sown. Now, watch them grow into a sprawling, intricate tapestry of adventure and suspense. Welcome to a sky where nothing is as it seems, and danger can fall from above without warning, swift and silent as a phantom. The typical hum of engines, a comforting lullaby for weary travelers, filled the cabin of Flight 714, an eastbound journey from Port Haven to the bustling metropolis of Ethelgard. Below, the world was a patchwork quilt of greens and browns, occasionally punctuated by the silver ribbons of rivers reflecting the afternoon sun. Inside, the scene was one of quiet contentment. A young girl, perhaps 7, pressed her nose against the window, pointing excitedly at cloud formations shaped like mythical beasts, while her parents smiled, lost in the gentle rhythm of the journey. In business class, Mr. Sealerscroft meticulously reviewed market projections on his tablet, a half-empty glass of iced tea beside him, convinced this tranquil transit was the perfect environment for strategic thought. Up front, Captain Aris Thorne, a veteran with 20 years of impeccable service, sipped lukewarm coffee, monitoring the autopilot and exchanging pleasantries with his first officer, Lena Petrover. It was a routine flight, the kind that filled logbooks with uneventful miles, the kind that passengers paid for, safe, predictable, utterly unremarkable. Yet, it is precisely in these moments of perceived safety that the veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary is thinnest. It was Lena who first noticed it. Not a blip on the radar, not a sudden gust of wind, but a subtle distortion in the distant horizon, a smudge against the pristine azure that seemed to grow rather than diminish with distance. "Captain," she murmured, her voice losing its usual relaxed cadence. "Do you see that? Due north. High altitude." Aris squinted, his gaze piercing the limitless expanse. At first, he dismissed it as a trick of light, a persistent cloud formation perhaps. But then, it began to resolve itself. Not a cloud. Not an optical illusion. Something immense. Something unnatural. The smudge grew, taking on an impossible scale. It wasn't an aircraft they recognized. It wasn't a military transport, a cargo freighter, or any known commercial airship. This was something else entirely. A leviathan of the skies. An obsidian mass that seemed to drink the very light around it, casting an enormous, rapidly expanding shadow over the landscape below. Its sheer size was horrifying, dwarfing even the largest super-jumbos known to man. It moved with an eerie silence, a ghost against the blue, its presence announced only by the sudden, plunging darkness beneath its colossal form. A ripple of unease began in the cabin. The little girl at the window, her laughter suddenly gone, pointed with a trembling finger, "Mama, what's that?" The smiles faded from her parents' faces. Mr. Croft looked up from his tablet, his eyes widening in disbelief, then fear, as he saw the Titanic silhouette filling the viewports. The flight attendants, typically calm and composed, exchanged nervous glances. Their training had covered turbulence, medical emergencies, even hijackings by conventional means, but nothing, absolutely nothing, had prepared them for a sight like this. Captain Thorne's voice, usually a soothing presence over the intercom, was taut with strain as he addressed air traffic control. Port Haven Center, this is Flight 714. We have an unidentified, extremely large aerial contact, bearing 000, altitude approximately 40,000. Request immediate identification. Over. A long, agonizing silence followed, broken only by the crackle of static. Then, a bewildered voice from the ground. Flight 714, say again your contact. We have nothing on our scopes beyond your position. Repeat, nothing. It was then, as the monstrous shape fully revealed itself against the sky, that the true terror began to settle in. It wasn't just big. It was menacing. Its underside was a labyrinth of shadows and strange, guttural protrusions, hinting at unknown mechanisms and purposes. There were no visible engines, no obvious propulsion systems, yet it moved with a deliberate, unstoppable momentum. And then, a series of lights, not navigation lights, but something far more ominous, flickered to life along its vast underbelly, bathing the already darkening civilian airliner in an unsettling, crimson glow. This wasn't a mistaken identity. This wasn't a weather balloon. This was an entity, an aggressor. Imagine, if you will, the serene comfort of being 30,000 feet up, cradled in the belief of unassailable safety, only for that illusion to shatter in an instant. What do you do when the very sky, once a symbol of freedom and endless possibility, suddenly becomes a cage? When the vast expanse above you, once welcoming, becomes the hunting ground for an predator so audacious, so technologically advanced, that it renders all your conventional defenses obsolete. What is your first thought? Is it panic? Is it disbelief? Is it a desperate search for an escape that simply doesn't exist? This is the world we invite you into. A world where the blue yonder, once charted and tamed, is now a lawless frontier. For generations, we built flying machines, conquered the heavens, confident that altitude offered sanctuary. But what if a new breed of outlaw has risen? One who scoffs at gravity, who mocks the very concept of air superiority. These aren't ground-bound bandits. These are airborne marauders, masters of the high frontier, who treat the global network of air routes as their personal toll roads. Their vessels are not merely modes of transport. They are fortresses, arsenals, and symbols of a terrifying new power. Think of the sheer audacity, the sheer technological might, required to operate outside the established order, not just on land or sea, but in the boundless, unforgiving expanse of the sky. Who are these pirates? What drives them? Is it greed for the priceless cargo that crisscrosses the globe every second? Is it a lust for power, a desire to dictate terms to governments and corporations from an untouchable vantage point? Or is there something more profound, more ideological, driving their airborne reign of terror? This is more than just a thrilling adventure. It's an exploration of fear itself. The fear of isolation, of vulnerability, of being utterly alone in an environment that offers no refuge. When your sanctuary becomes your trap, when the escape route is suddenly the path to your doom, how does the human spirit respond? Do we cower? Do we fight? Do we adapt to a new, terrifying reality where the sky itself holds untold dangers? Our story will peel back the layers of this airborne menace, revealing the intricate web of alliances and rivalries that fuel their operations. We'll meet the architects of this new age of piracy, individuals whose genius for engineering and strategy is matched only by their ruthlessness. And we'll witness the desperate struggle of those who stand against them, the embattled air forces, the defiant captains, the ordinary passengers thrust into extraordinary circumstances. The stakes are immense, for control of the skies isn't just about trade routes or precious cargo. It's about the very freedom to travel, the sovereignty of nations, and the future of human connection itself. So, prepare yourself. Fasten your seatbelt. Because the journey ahead is unlike any you've ever experienced. It will challenge your perceptions of safety, redefine your understanding of power, and immerse you in a sky where danger truly does fall from above without warning, swift and silent as a phantom. And as that colossal shadow falls upon the unwitting innocents of Flight 714, you'll feel the chill of the unknown, the thrill of the chase, and the dawning realization that the rules of the world have just irrevocably changed. Welcome to the era of the air pirate. Welcome to an adventure where every cloud might conceal a threat, and every flight could be your last. Part 2 Introduction from the narrator. Welcome, dear listener, to a grand adventure, a sweeping charter that promises to transport you to an era brimming with daring, innovation, and peril. My voice will be your guide, your trusted companion, as we embark upon the epic narrative of the air pirate. This isn't merely a story to be told. It is a world to be inhabited, a mystery to be unraveled, and a testament to the boundless courage and often reckless ambition of humanity during a pivotal moment in history. Prepare yourselves, for the journey ahead will span 29 enthralling chapters, a captivating odyssey estimated to last well over 260 minutes, each minute steeped in the high-flying drama and palpable danger of a bygone age. Our path together will involve a deep dive into the very essence of what makes a compelling narrative truly unforgettable. The establishment of a clear and engaging narrator's point of view, the deliberate setting of an immersive and evocative tone for our extensive expedition, and the meticulous introduction to a world where the marvels of early aviation intertwined inextricably with the ever-present specter of danger, both mechanical and human. My role throughout this extensive narrative will be that of a chronicler, an observer, and occasionally, perhaps, a whisperer of secrets that have long being lost to the roar of engines and the vast silence of the upper atmosphere. I invite you to lean in closely, to prepare your imagination for flight, because what unfolds before us is a tapestry woven with threads of heroism, villainy, and the relentless pursuit of destiny in the boundless blue. Now, let us delve into the fundamental concepts that will define our shared experience. First and foremost, we must establish the narrator's point of view. For a journey as extensive and intricate as the Air Pirate, my voice must transcend the simple act of reading words from a page. I am not merely reciting. I am sharing, revealing, and guiding. Think of me as a seasoned traveler who has walked these dusty airfields, peered into these open cockpits, and felt the chilling caress of the wind at 1,000 feet. My perspective is one of informed fascination, perhaps even a quiet awe for the individuals who dared to push the boundaries of what was thought possible, and a somber understanding of the consequences when those boundaries were breached, sometimes spectacularly, sometimes tragically. This viewpoint allows me to be both intimately connected to the events and characters, yet also capable of stepping back to provide broader context, offering insights that only a dedicated explorer of this particular historical period could glean. This is not just a story. It is the story of an era, filtered through a lens of meticulous research and genuine passion. We will explore the motivations, the triumphs, and the heartaches, with my voice serving as the constant, reassuring presence, anchoring you even as the narrative takes breathtaking turns through uncharted skies and morally ambiguous territories. Secondly, and crucially, we must set the tone for this expansive, 260-minute journey. A journey of this magnitude requires a tone that is not only consistent but also rich, layered, and capable of sustaining engagement over many hours. Our narrative tone for the Air Pirate will be one of palpable excitement tempered with an underlying current of suspense and a pervasive sense of historical authenticity. It will be adventurous, certainly, celebrating the audacious spirit of early aviators, but it will also carry a subtle hum of impending danger. A reminder that the stakes in this particular skyborne drama are perpetually high. Imagine the thrill of seeing a biplane perform acrobatics against a brilliant blue sky, but simultaneously feeling the nervous flutter in your stomach, knowing the fragility of wood and canvas, the temperamental nature of early engines. That duality, that blend of exhilaration and apprehension, will define our tonal landscape. It's a delicate balance, promising high-octane thrills while never losing sight of the very real, often fatal, consequences of failure in this nascent age of flight. We are not just recounting events. We are evoking an atmosphere, a feeling, an entire era where innovation marched hand in hand with immense risk. Finally, we must introduce the world itself, the captivating yet treacherous realm of early aviation and the dangers that lurked within it. This requires painting a vivid, almost cinematic picture of the 1920s and 1930s, a period often referred to as the Golden Age of aviation. Envision a time when flight was still a profound novelty, a spectacle that drew crowds, a frontier as vast and mysterious as the oceans had been centuries before. What were these magnificent flying machines truly like? They were often rudimentary by modern standards, cobbled together with ingenuity, raw courage, and sheer force of will. Open cockpits exposed pilots to the elements. Engines often sputtered without warning, and navigation was more art than science. The dangers were manifold. Not only mechanical failure at thousands of feet, but also the unpredictable ferocity of nature, the vast emptiness of unexplored territories, and, as our title suggests, the sinister machinations of human adversaries who sought to exploit this new domain for their own nefarious ends. This is a world where heroes were forged in the crucible of the skies, and villains found new ways to ply their trade among the clouds. It is a world where the very act of taking flight was an act of profound bravery, and every successful landing a small miracle. We will explore this audacious world where the roar of a propeller engine was the sound of progress, ambition, and, for some, the prelude to ultimate freedom or ultimate downfall. Now, let us elaborate on the key points, enriching our understanding of each element that forms the bedrock of the air pirate. Our first critical point is to introduce the historical context of the golden age of aviation. This period, roughly spanning from the end of World War I in 1918 to the eve of World War II in 1939, was a whirlwind of breathtaking technological advancement and audacious human endeavor in the field of aeronautics. Post-Great War, a glut of surplus military aircraft and trained pilots created a vibrant, albeit often chaotic, environment for civilian aviation. These were the years of the barnstormers, daring pilots who crisscrossed the countryside, performing thrilling aerobatic displays for astonished crowds in rural fields, offering rides for $1 or $2. They were the daredevils, the pioneers, the romantic figures of the sky. Simultaneously, the nascent airmail service pushed the boundaries of endurance, with brave pilots battling blizzards, thunderstorms, and primitive navigation over vast, often uncharted, terrains to deliver letters and packages. This was truly an era where every flight was an adventure, where every new altitude record or speed record was celebrated globally, and where names like Charles Lindbergh and Amelia Earhart became household words, symbols of human aspiration and conquest of the elements. It was a time of boundless optimism, where the sky was no longer a barrier but a new highway, a canvas for human ingenuity and daring. Planes evolved from rudimentary biplanes, often constructed from wood and fabric, to sleeker, more powerful monoplanes, pushing ever faster and further, shrinking the world and expanding horizons. The sheer audacity of these early aviators, flying often without reliable instruments or communication, relying solely on their wits, their maps, and their courage, is a testament to the pioneering spirit of humanity. As a real-world storytelling example to illuminate this historical context, consider the enduring legend of Charles Lindbergh's solo transatlantic flight in 1927 aboard the Spirit of St. Louis. This was not merely a journey from New York to Paris. It was a monumental feat of human endurance and mechanical reliability, capturing the imagination of the entire world. Lindbergh, a relatively unknown airmail pilot, became an overnight global sensation, a living embodiment of the era's fascination with flight. His arrival in Paris ignited a fervor, a communal celebration of mankind's ability to defy gravity and conquer vast distances. Or think of Amelia Earhart, not just for her disappearances, which have often overshadowed her groundbreaking achievements, but for her persistent push against gender barriers and her tireless advocacy for commercial aviation and women in flight. She was a celebrity, a symbol of liberation, challenging conventions both on the ground and in the air. These figures, and countless others like the barnstormers captivating small-town America or the airmail pilots battling through impossible weather to keep the mail flying, illustrate the profound public fascination and the deeply personal courage that defined the golden age of aviation. Their stories weren't just about flying. They were about dreams taking wing, about pushing the limits of human potential, and about an entire world looking up in wonder. From a psychological perspective, this deep dive into the golden age of aviation matters immensely because it taps into several potent human desires and collective unconscious yearnings. There is, first, a profound sense of nostalgia for a simpler but braver time. We, as listeners, often yearn for an era perceived to be less complicated by modern anxieties, an era where heroism felt more overt, where challenges were physical and tangible, rather than abstract or digital. This period offers that idealized vision. Secondly, there is an innate admiration for pioneers, for those who bravely ventured into the unknown, who overcame seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Their courage is inspiring, making us feel vicariously a part of something grander than ourselves. The thrill of exploring the unknown, the sheer wonder and possibility evoked by flight, resonates deeply. It speaks to our primal desire for freedom, for transcendence, for seeing the world from a new perspective. It reminds us of our own potential to overcome limits, to innovate, to dream beyond the horizon. The collective human memory of early flight is imbued with a sense of wonder, a time when seeing an airplane overhead was still a magical event, not an everyday occurrence. This era represents a period of profound transformation, and witnessing it unfold, even through narrative, allows us to connect with that powerful sense of progress and human achievement. It engages our aspirational selves, making us wonder what frontiers we, too, might dare to cross. Practically speaking, for you, the listener, this means preparing your mind to fully immerse itself in this historical landscape. I encourage you to close your eyes, if you feel comfortable, and visualize the world as it was then. Picture the biplanes, with their intricate network of wires and struts, their wings catching the sunlight. Imagine the pilots, clad in leather helmets and goggles, their faces streaked with oil and grime, a mixture of grim determination and exhilaration etched upon their features. Hear the distinctive, sputtering roar of those early radial engines, a sound that promised adventure and threatened mechanical caprice in equal measure. Feel, in your mind's eye, The bite of the wind in an open cockpit, the vibration of the fuselage, the sheer sense of vulnerability and exhilaration that must have accompanied every flight. Consider the profound implications of this new technology, how it began to shrink the world, making distant lands accessible, transforming communication, and forging new paths for commerce and exploration. What would it have felt like to be a spectator on the ground, witnessing a plane soar overhead for the very first time? A true marvel of modern engineering defying gravity. How would it have changed your perception of possibilities, of the very fabric of reality? Allow these sensory details and these imaginative questions to anchor you firmly in the historical moment, creating a rich and vibrant backdrop against which our tale of the air pirate will unfold. Our second key point involves explaining the profound stakes of the 29-chapter adventure that lies ahead. The Air Pirate is not merely a descriptive title. It is a promise of conflict, intrigue, and a relentless pursuit across vast distances. This will be no casual stroll through history, but a gripping, multifaceted narrative where the stakes are elevated to an intensely personal, often national, and perhaps even global level. What precisely is at risk? Is it a priceless treasure, an ancient artifact, or a revolutionary invention capable of altering the course of the future? Is it a secret, so potent and dangerous that its exposure could ignite international turmoil or shatter established powers? Or is it simply the survival of our intrepid protagonists against overwhelming odds, against a formidable and relentless adversary who operates outside the bounds of conventional law and morality, utilizing the very frontiers of aviation to their advantage? The sheer length of this narrative, 29 chapters, stretching for 260 minutes, is itself a testament to the complexity and the layered unfolding of this adventure. It signals that this is not a quick thrill, but an immersive experience, a journey with many twists, turns, betrayals, and surprising alliances. The narrative will weave together multiple plot threads, introduce a rich tapestry of characters, and explore various dimensions of heroism and villainy, ensuring that your investment in the outcome grows with every passing chapter. You will be drawn into the heart of the conflict, experiencing the urgency and the weight of the decisions made, understanding that the consequences of failure are dire and far-reaching. To offer a real-world storytelling example that clarifies the concept of escalating stakes, consider the classic adventure serials or films that have captivated audiences for generations. Think of Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the quest for the Ark of the Covenant is not just about finding a relic, but about preventing a world-altering weapon from falling into the hands of the Nazis, thereby changing the course of history itself. The stakes there are truly global, tied to the destiny of humanity. Or reflect upon classic spy thrillers where the discovery of a microchip or a dossier isn't just a minor intelligence coup, but the potential unraveling of entire global power structures, leading to war or widespread chaos. Even in a more personal vein, consider the core of a captivating mystery novel, where the unraveling of a single murder could expose a vast network of corruption, threatening the lives of everyone involved. In The Air Pirate, the MacGuffin, that elusive and dangerous object or secret that drives the plot, will possess similarly profound consequences. Its existence, its pursuit, and its potential misuse will dictate the actions of heroes and villains alike, ensuring that every aerial skirmish, every whispered conversation, every desperate escape holds immense weight. The narrative arc is designed to continuously raise the emotional and physical ante, making sure that what might seem like a small threat in the opening chapters blossoms into a monumental struggle for survival and justice by the climax. From a psychological standpoint, understanding these stakes is absolutely crucial because it taps directly into fundamental human needs and desires. Firstly, there is our inherent need for conflict resolution. We are drawn to stories where problems are presented, challenges are faced, and ultimately, resolutions are sought. This provides a sense of order and satisfaction. Secondly, there is a powerful desire to see justice prevail, to witness evil confronted, and to experience the triumph of good, or at least the restoration of balance. We identify with characters who are struggling against overwhelming odds, feeling their triumphs and their frustrations as if they were our own. This creates a deep sense of empathy. The thrill of vicarious danger allows us to experience high-stakes situations from the safety of our listening environment, providing a cathartic release and an adrenaline rush without actual peril. This kind of suspense, built on the potential for loss of life, freedom, an invaluable object, or a crucial secret, is a powerful motivator for continued engagement. It's the what-if that keeps us glued to the narrative. Furthermore, the satisfaction of a complex narrative arc, one that unfolds over many hours, speaks to our cognitive need for intricate puzzles and intellectual engagement. We enjoy piecing together clues, anticipating twists, and observing the meticulous construction of a grand storyline. The stakes are the fuel that powers this engine of engagement, making every moment of the adventure feel significant and meaningful. For you, the astute listener, the practical application steps here are to consciously consider the magnitude of what is at stake at various points in the story. As the narrative progresses, I encourage you to actively engage with these questions. What would you do if faced with such impossible choices? Who would you trust when betrayal lurks in the shadows? What would you be willing to risk, your reputation, your freedom, your very life, to achieve a goal or protect something invaluable? Reflect on the true value of the prize that our characters are fighting for, or the devastating consequences if our heroes were to fail in their mission. What would be irrevocably lost to the world, to the characters, or to history itself? By consciously engaging with these questions, you will deepen your connection to the narrative, transforming yourself from a passive observer into an active participant in this unfolding drama. You will find yourself more invested in the characters' fates, more eager to discover the next revelation, and more profoundly moved by the triumphs and tragedies that punctuate this epic journey. This active participation will enrich your listening experience beyond measure, allowing you to truly live within the story. Our third and equally vital key point is to establish a conspiratorial and suspenseful tone with you, the listener. This is not just about narrating events. It's about drawing you into a shared secret, making you feel as if you are a privileged confidante, privy to information that others are not. My voice will become an invitation to lean closer, to listen with a heightened sense of awareness, because the story we are about to unveil is one steeped in hidden truths, shadowy dealings, and the constant threat of discovery. The language I employ will often suggest veiled motives, lurking dangers, and an unfolding mystery that demands careful attention. Think of it as a subtle hum beneath the surface of the narrative, a continuous, almost imperceptible tension that threads through every description and every dialogue. This conspiratorial tone creates an intimate bond between us, suggesting that we are embarking on this perilous quest together, decoding the whispers on the wind, and discerning the true nature of events from behind the veil of conventional understanding. It's a promise that things are rarely as they seem, and that appearances can be profoundly deceiving in the world of the air pirate. As a compelling real-world storytelling example of how to establish such a tone, consider the opening narration of a classic film noir, like Blade Runner with its iconic voiceover, or a hard-boiled detective story where the narrator, often the protagonist, immediately sets a mood of moral ambiguity, impending doom, and the harsh realities of a complex, corrupt world. The narrator doesn't just describe. They hint, they foreshadow, they imply that there are deeper, darker forces at play, forces that the average person is either unaware of or unwilling to confront. Or imagine the clandestine briefing in a sophisticated spy thriller. The intelligence officer, speaking in hushed, urgent tones, outlining a mission fraught with peril, where every piece of information is critical, and every decision could have global repercussions. The very act of speaking quietly, of emphasizing certain words, of pausing for dramatic effect, creates that sense of shared secrecy and immediate suspense. It is the narrator saying, without explicitly stating it, "Come, let me show you something few people ever see, something dangerous and true, but you must promise to keep it close, for the walls have ears, and the skies have eyes." The story is framed not just as entertainment, but as an urgent disclosure, a secret history waiting to be brought to light. Psychologically speaking, this conspiratorial and suspenseful tone holds immense power because it directly engages several potent human inclinations. Foremost among these is the irresistible allure of secrets. We are inherently curious creatures, drawn to that which is hidden, that which is forbidden, or that which requires careful deciphering. There is a deep-seated satisfaction in feeling in on something, in being part of an exclusive circle that understands the true nature of events. This creates a powerful bonding effect between the narrator and the listener, fostering a sense of trust and shared purpose. We become co-conspirators, united in our quest for truth within the narrative. Furthermore, this tone masterfully raises anticipation. By hinting at dangers and mysteries without fully revealing them, it creates a powerful sense of what happens next, a compelling urge to continue listening, to peel back the layers of the enigma. It engages our problem-solving instincts, our desire to predict outcomes, and our thrill at being surprised when our predictions are delightfully subverted. The subtle undercurrent of suspense provides a continuous, low-level emotional stimulation that keeps the mind alert and fully immersed, ensuring that attention rarely wavers, for fear of missing a crucial clue or a pivotal moment. For your practical application as the listener, I urge you to embrace this conspiratorial invitation fully. Lean into the narrative, not just listening for plot points, but actively listening for subtle clues, for inconsistencies, for implications hidden beneath the surface of polite conversation or official reports. Don't take anything at face value. Question motivations. Consider who benefits from the unfolding conspiracy and who is endangered by it. Pay attention to the way certain characters speak, the things they leave unsaid, the looks they exchange. Be prepared for twists and turns, for revelations that might turn your understanding of events completely on its head. Imagine yourself as a detective, piecing together fragments of information, sifting through alibis, and connecting seemingly disparate events into a cohesive, albeit often unsettling, whole. This active engagement, this conspiratorial mindset, will not only heighten your enjoyment of the air pirate, but will also allow you to appreciate the intricate craftsmanship of the story, recognizing the careful groundwork laid for future revelations. It transforms the act of listening into a dynamic intellectual and emotional experience, making you a vital partner in the unfolding drama. In summary, my dear listener, we stand at the precipice of an extraordinary adventure. We have laid the groundwork by establishing my role as your trusted guide, one who understands the nuances and hidden currents of the golden age of aviation. We have set a tone that promises both exhilarating excitement and gripping suspense, a true reflection of an era where flight was both a dream and a dangerous reality. And we have begun to sketch the contours of a world where technological marvels met with daring individuals and sinister forces, where the skies were not only a highway but a battleground. This profound journey, spanning 29 chapters and over 260 minutes, is an invitation to immerse yourselves completely in a narrative where the stakes are incredibly high, where secrets are guarded with desperate intensity, and where the thrill of the chase is matched only by the danger of discovery. As we now prepare to embark upon the first true chapter of The Air Pirate, remember that every detail matters, every whisper carries weight, and every ascent into the vast, unknown blue holds the promise of both glory and grave peril. Are you ready to take flight? Then strap in, for our engines are starting, and the adventure begins now. Feel that tremor, that low, guttural growl that vibrates through the very floor beneath you. That, my friends, is the sound of an age dawning, an era of magnificent contraptions of wood, fabric, and steel defying gravity with a shuddering, glorious roar. This isn't the sleek, silent flight of the future you might imagine. No. This is the golden age of aviation, a time when every ascent was an act of audacious courage, every journey a testament to human ingenuity against the very laws of nature. The air itself was a wild, untamed frontier, a vast, unexplored ocean where the brave and the foolish alike ventured. their rickety biplanes and nascent dirigibles little more than prayers whispered into the howling winds. Imagine, if you will, a world still reeling from the echoes of conflict, yet perpetually teetering on the brink of another. The great powers of the world, bruised but unbowed, eyed each other across shifting borders and fragile treaties. Colonial empires still stretched across the globe, but their grip was loosening, challenged by burgeoning nationalisms and the unsettling whispers of revolution. It was a time of grand visions and whispered conspiracies, of unprecedented technological advancement and lingering, ancient rivalries. And at the heart of this intricate dance, this delicate balance of power, was the sky. The sky, once an impassable barrier, now became the ultimate strategic advantage, a new theater for conquest, communication, and, most dangerously, control. In these early decades of the 20th century, the air was not merely for sport or spectacle. It was a battleground of innovation, a highway for espionage, and a canvas for daring exploits that would change the course of history. Every new engine, every aerodynamic breakthrough, every map drawn of the upper currents, was a secret to be guarded, a weapon to be wielded. The men and women who took to the skies were pioneers, yes, but many were also soldiers, spies, merchants of secrets, or desperate renegades. They were the architects of a new world order, carving their names not into stone, but into the very fabric of the wind. And it is into this tumultuous, exhilarating, and incredibly perilous world that our story, The Air Pirate, plunges. For 29 chapters, spanning a captivating 260 minutes, you will not merely observe. You will become an integral part of this grand narrative. You will breathe the thin, cold air of high altitudes, feel the sun glinting off spinning propellers, and hear the desperate cries carried on the wind. Your journey will take you far beyond the simplistic notions of good versus evil, into the morally ambiguous shadows where alliances shift like desert sands and loyalties are tested by the ultimate stakes. The Air Pirate, whose legend we are about to unravel, is more than just a masked figure of daring raids. This isn't just about stolen gold or hijacked cargo. Oh no, my friends, the stakes are astronomically higher. We speak of master plans unfolding in the hidden chambers of powerful industrial magnates, of ancient artifacts capable of turning the tide of war, of revolutionary energy sources that could reshape the very face of civilization, and of the lives of millions hanging in the balance. There are forces at play, dark and unseen, that seek to exploit the chaos, to manipulate the world's most vulnerable points, and to seize absolute control from the high heavens. The Air Pirate, whether they know it or not, has become a wrench in this meticulously crafted machinery, a disruptive force that threatens to expose the deepest, most dangerous secrets of the age. As your guide through this labyrinthine tale, I assure you that every whisper you overhear, every coded message deciphered, every seemingly insignificant detail, will contribute to the grand tapestry we are weaving together. You must listen with a keen ear, a discerning mind, and an open heart, for the truth is often buried beneath layers of deception and misdirection. There are shadows within shadows, and the most dangerous revelations often come from the most unexpected sources. Consider yourself a fellow passenger on this extraordinary journey, privy to insights that the common folk below could only dream of, or perhaps, thankfully, remain blissfully ignorant about. For once you know, you cannot unknow. We will traverse continents, from the bustling port cities of Europe to the enigmatic deserts of the Middle East, from the soaring peaks of the Himalayas to the unexplored jungles of South America. Each location holds a piece of the puzzle, a clue that must be pursued with relentless determination. You will meet a cast of characters as diverse and fascinating as the era itself. Brilliant inventors with their heads in the clouds, ruthless spymasters pulling strings from unseen corners, daring aviatrixes who defy societal norms, and hardened mercenaries for whom loyalty is a currency to be bought and sold. Do not trust any of them implicitly, for even the most charming smile can hide the sharpest dagger, and the most noble facade can conceal the darkest intentions. The danger, you must understand, is very real. It isn't just the mechanical failures of fledgling aircraft, the sudden squalls that can tear a biplane from the sky, or the ever-present threat of a rival pilot's guns. No, there are human elements far more treacherous. Assassins lurking in the shadows of airfields, saboteurs planting their deadly devices, and powerful organizations willing to erase anyone who gets too close to their objectives. Death in this world is swift and often anonymous, leaving behind only unanswered questions and unsettling disappearances. Our journey, therefore, is not just one of adventure, but one of survival, where every decision carries immense weight and every misstep could prove fatal. This is more than a story. It is an unveiling, a deep dive into the hidden currents that shaped an entire generation. It's about the clash between the soaring ideals of progress and the crushing weight of human greed. It's about the spirit of adventure that pushed humanity to its limits, and the darkness that often lurked just beneath the surface of that ambition. For 29 chapters, we will unravel a conspiracy that touches the highest echelons of power and threatens to ignite a global conflagration. The air pirate, whatever their true identity or motivations, is the key to understanding it all. So, as we leave the safety of the ground behind and climb higher into the infinite blue, remember this: the engines are roaring, the world is waiting, and the secrets are begging to be revealed. Are you prepared to embrace the uncertainty, to question everything you thought you knew, and to embark on an adventure that will challenge your perceptions of history, heroism, and the true cost of freedom? Our flight path is set, the compass spins, and the first true ascent into the heart of the air pirate begins now. Hold tight, for the turbulence ahead promises to be unforgettable. Part 3, Main Chapters 1 to 9. The Threat in the Clouds. Welcome, dear listener, to a captivating journey into the heart of a breathtaking aerial mystery, a tale woven with suspense, ingenuity, and the chilling unknown. We are about to delve into Part 3, Main Chapters 1 to 9. The Threat in the Clouds from the Air Pirate. A segment of our story that lays the critical groundwork for the grand adventure that awaits us. Our focus today is on a core concept that underpins much of what makes a compelling thriller: The meticulous craft of setting up a profound mystery, specifically the enigma of vanishing aircraft, and simultaneously introducing the singular figure destined to unravel it, our protagonist. Think for a moment about the power of an unresolved question, a puzzle without a clear answer. Isn't it true that the human mind is inherently drawn to such gaps, compelled to fill them, to seek understanding where none readily exists? This is precisely the psychological engine driving the narrative forward in these crucial opening chapters. We begin with a world lulled into a false sense of security by the marvels of modern aviation, only to have that tranquility shattered by inexplicable events. The vanishing of commercial airliners, sleek behemoths of the sky designed for safety and efficiency, is not merely an inconvenience or a tragic accident in our story. It is an assault on the very fabric of known reality, a challenge to our understanding of the world. The setup here isn't just about presenting a problem. It's about creating an atmosphere, an underlying dread that permeates the very air our characters breathe. How do you create such an impactful introduction? By meticulously detailing the initial mysterious disappearances of these airborne leviathans, by carefully crafting the introduction of the one man capable of piercing through the veil of confusion, the Commissioner of Air Police, and by skillfully building an escalating sense of dread through the chilling, cryptic radio transmissions that begin to haunt the airwaves. Each of these elements works in concert, like finely tuned instruments in an orchestra, to produce a symphony of suspense and intrigue. Let us now explore the initial mysterious disappearances of commercial airliners, the very first tremors that signal a seismic shift in the psyche of the skies. Imagine, if you will, a world accustomed to the rhythmic drone of air traffic, the punctuality of flights, the seamless efficiency of global air networks. In this vibrant future, air travel is not just a luxury, but an everyday utility, kin to our buses or trains, albeit soaring miles above the earth. Then, without warning, the unthinkable begins to happen. Flight 707, a luxury cruiser destined for the shimmering spires of Neo-London from the bustling skyports of San Francisco, simply vanishes. One moment, it's a blip on radar, its crew exchanging routine pleasantries with air traffic controlled. The next, nothing. No distress call, no sudden plunge, no scattered debris. Just an empty patch of sky where moments before 1,000 souls had been hurtling across continents. This initial disappearance isn't an isolated incident. Soon after, another, Flight 313, en route from the Antarctic research stations to the equatorial resort islands, carrying scientists, diplomats, and vacationers, also ceases all contact. The pattern begins to emerge. Large commercial airliners, traversing well-established routes, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only baffled investigators and grieving families. The world reacts with shock, then disbelief, and finally, a creeping terror. Search parties scour vast oceanic expanses and desolate land masses, employing every technological marvel at their disposal: deep-sea submersibles, high-altitude surveillance drones, orbital scanners, yet they find nothing. No wreckage, no black boxes, no survivors. It's as if the very air itself has swallowed these colossal machines whole. The silence from the void is deafening, far more terrifying than any explosion or crash. Consider a real-world storytelling example that mirrors this profound sense of loss and mystery. The perplexing disappearance of Malaysian Airlines Flight 370 in 2014, for weeks, then months, and now years. The fate of that Boeing 777 and its 239 occupants has remained one of the most agonizing enigmas of the modern age. The sheer scale of the search, the conflicting theories, the lack of definitive wreckage, and the profound emotional impact on the families of those on board all contribute to a narrative that continues to haunt our collective consciousness. Why did it disappear? Was it mechanical failure, human intervention, or something far stranger? The world was gripped not just by tragedy, but by the maddening absence of answers. Similarly, the legends surrounding the Bermuda Triangle, though often exaggerated, persist precisely because they tap into this primal fear of unexplained vanishings at sea or in the air. Or cast your mind back to the indelible mystery of Amelia Earhart's last flight, a pioneering aviator disappearing over the vast Pacific, leaving behind a legacy of bravery and a lingering question mark. These examples resonate because they speak to a vulnerability we all share. The realization that despite our technological advancements, nature, or perhaps something beyond our current understanding, can still exert an overwhelming, inexplicable force. From a psychological perspective, why do these vanishing acts captivate us so profoundly, and why are they such potent starting points for a thriller? It's multifaceted, isn't it? Firstly, it taps into our deepest, most primal fear, the fear of the unknown. A visible crash, while tragic, offers a form of closure, a tangible explanation. But a disappearance leaves an open wound, an unending interrogation. Our minds abhor a vacuum, desperately attempting to fill it with theories, no matter how outlandish. This perpetual quest for answers creates an irresistible narrative hook. Secondly, it shatters our illusion of control. We build mighty machines, develop sophisticated navigation systems, and meticulously train skilled professionals, all designed to conquer the elements and guarantee safety. When a plane simply vanishes, it mocks our hubris, reminding us of the fragility of our constructs and the limits of our mastery over the world. It suggests an external force, something beyond our comprehension or control, is at play. This fundamental challenge to our understanding of reality is deeply unsettling and immensely intriguing. We crave order, and a disappearance introduces profound disorder, compelling us to seek its restoration. For those of us interested in the practical application of these storytelling principles, whether as creators or as discerning readers, how might we leverage this understanding? When encountering or crafting such a mystery, consider these steps. First, ground the initial disappearance in plausibility. Make the technology, the routes, and the typical protocols feel real, so the violation of those norms feels all the more impactful. The more established the routine, the more shocking its interruption. Second, emphasize the absence. It's not just that something happened, but that nothing can be found. This void is more potent than any spectacular crash scene. Describe the meticulous but fruitless search efforts, the growing despair of the authorities, the increasing frustration and bewilderment. Third, focus on the consequences of the disappearances, not just the events themselves. How does the public react? Do travel stocks plummet? Are new, draconian security measures imposed? How does it affect the global psyche? These ripple effects amplify the stakes and make the mystery feel truly significant. And finally, use sensory details to convey the growing terror and confusion. The frantic chatter of air traffic control, the static on a radio that should be relaying vital information, the chilling silence that follows. These small touches transform a mere plot point into a deeply unsettling experience for the audience. The airliner's vanishing isn't just an event. It's a catalyst, a dark curtain rising on an unprecedented threat. Now, into this burgeoning crisis, a void of information and a swell of public anxiety, steps our protagonist, the brilliant and perhaps unconventional Commissioner of Air Police. This brings us to our second key point, the introduction of this pivotal character and his singular brand of detective work. In our narrative, this figure is Commissioner Rexford Thorne, a name synonymous with sharp intellect and an uncanny ability to perceive patterns where others see only chaos. Thorne isn't your average bureaucratic official. He's a man whose reputation precedes him, a legend whispered in the hushed corridors of various security agencies for his track record in solving cases deemed impossible. He's often seen as an anachronism in a future tech world, favoring quiet contemplation over flashing screens, and relying on astute observation and deductive reasoning rather than algorithmic predictions. When the first airliner vanishes, the initial response is predictably panic and a scramble for technical explanations, equipment malfunction, pilot error, extreme weather. But Thorne, with his piercing blue eyes and perpetually thoughtful demeanor, immediately senses something deeper, something far more sinister than a mere accident. He's brought in not just because he holds the rank, but because he possesses a mind uniquely attuned to the subtle dissonances of crime. His initial steps are not grand pronouncements or dramatic raids. Instead, he immerses himself in the minutiae. He studies the flight logs, the meteorological reports, the personnel files of the crews. But more importantly, he listens to the silences. He pores over the transcripts of the last radio communications, not just for what was said, but for what wasn't. He interviews the frantic ground control staff, observing their mannerisms, their hesitations, the unspoken anxieties that cloud their professional composure. He looks for anomalies, however minuscule, that might betray an underlying design. Perhaps he notices a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor in the voice of a seasoned air traffic controller, or a peculiar timing discrepancy in a routine report that others dismiss as insignificant. It is these seemingly irrelevant details, these faint whispers of something amiss, that capture his attention and begin to form the threads of a developing theory. He's the kind of man who might sketch complex diagrams on a notepad rather than relying on sophisticated holographic displays, his mind working through possibilities in a deeply personal, almost meditative way. His genius lies not just in what he sees, but in how he connects what he sees. To draw a real-world storytelling parallel, think of iconic literary detectives like Sherlock Holmes or Hercule Poirot. What makes them so enduringly fascinating? It's not just their cleverness, but their unique approach to problem-solving. Holmes, with his powers of observation so keen he can deduce a stranger's profession and recent activities from a speck of dust on their lapel, or Poirot, with his meticulous insistence on order and method and his reliance on the little gray cells to untangle complex human motivations. Neither relies on brute force or conventional police procedures alone. They both possess an extraordinary ability to notice the overlooked, to connect disparate facts into a coherent narrative, and crucially, to understand the psychological underpinnings of criminal behavior. Or consider even modern figures, like the analytical mind of the fictional Dr. House, who pieces together medical mysteries from seemingly unrelated symptoms. These characters are crafted to stand apart, to offer a unique lens through which the audience can perceive the challenge. They are not merely solving a puzzle. They are engaging in a battle of wits, and we, the audience, are privileged observers of their intellectual prowess. Psychologically speaking, why are we so drawn to brilliant detectives, especially in the face of widespread confusion and terror? They fulfill a fundamental human need for order and competence. When the world descends into chaos, when incomprehensible events threaten our sense of security, we yearn for a figure who can restore balance, who can make sense of the senseless. A brilliant detective represents the triumph of intellect over the unknown, the promise that reason can prevail even against the most cunning adversaries. They offer hope, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Moreover, there's an aspirational element. We admire their intelligence, their ability to see what we cannot. We live vicariously through their deductions, feeling a thrill of understanding as they slowly unveil the truth. The lone genius trope often enhances this appeal. They are outsiders, often quirky or socially awkward, but their brilliance overshadows any perceived flaws, making them both relatable as flawed humans and awe-inspiring as intellectual giants. They carry the burden of the unknown, and we trust them to lighten it for us. Our commissioner Thorne embodies this archetypal figure, a reassuring presence in a world spiraling into panic, a promise of eventual clarity amidst the bewildering fog of fear. For those pondering the practical application of crafting such a protagonist, here are some actionable steps. First, endow your detective with a unique perspective or a distinctive methodology that sets them apart. What makes their thinking different? Is it an unusual hobby that informs their deductions, a personal history that gives them insight, or simply an unparalleled capacity for logical thought? For Thorne, it's his quiet intensity and his deep skepticism of superficial explanations. Second, show, don't just tell, their brilliance. Rather than having other characters simply state that Thorne is intelligent, demonstrate it through his actions. his questions, his subtle observations, and his initial, seemingly minor deductions that later prove pivotal. Let the audience witness his thought process unfolding. Third, give them a clear, compelling motivation. Is it a personal connection to the victims, a deep-seated commitment to justice, or simply an intellectual curiosity that cannot rest until the puzzle is solved? For Thorne, it might be a profound sense of responsibility for the safety of the skies he patrols, or perhaps a past failure that fuels his current unwavering dedication. And finally, create a sense of urgency for their involvement. Why must they be the one to solve this case? What unique skill or insight do they bring that no one else possesses? Commissioner Thorne is not just an investigator. He is the investigator, the last hope against an invisible enemy. As Commissioner Thorne begins to piece together the fragments of these baffling disappearances, a new, even more unsettling element emerges, shifting the mystery from one of mere absence to one of active, malevolent presence. This brings us to our third crucial point: the building of suspense through cryptic radio transmissions intercepted from the pirate. Initially, these are dismissed as atmospheric interference, stray signals, or even hoaxes by a public gripped by fear. But Thorne, with his finely tuned instincts, suspects otherwise. The first such transmission is brief, distorted, almost ghostly. It's picked up by a junior technician at an obscure listening post, buried deep in the noise of global air traffic communications. The technician, initially thinking its equipment malfunction, almost dismisses it. But something about the cadence, the peculiar modulation, makes him replay it. The message itself is utterly chilling in its brevity and ambiguity. A voice, electronically altered, perhaps synthesized, cuts through the crackle of static, delivering a few words that send a shiver down the spine. The clouds hold secrets. All will know the sky's true master. Then silence. Just as quickly as it appeared, it vanishes. At first, it's a fringe anomaly, but as Thorne delves deeper, and as subsequent planes continue to vanish, more of these transmissions begin to surface. They are sporadic, elusive, never broadcasting from the same location twice, making them infuriatingly difficult to trace. Each one is a new piece of a terrifying puzzle, a taunt from an unseen adversary. Seek not what is lost. Another message echoes eerily through the airwaves after a third plane disappears, but fear what remains. Sometimes it's a snippet of an old, forgotten folk song, played on a distorted instrument, followed by a barely audible, sinister laugh. The transmissions are designed not to inform, but to terrify, to demoralize, and to assert dominance. They are a voice from the void, claiming ownership over the very air, and they immediately and unequivocally connect the disappearances to a sentient, malevolent force, a pirate of the skies. Let's consider some real-world storytelling examples that employ similar tactics to create profound unease. Think of the infamous Zodiac killer ciphers that tormented investigators and the public in the late 1960s and early 70s. These cryptic letters, filled with symbols and coded messages, were not merely a means of communication. They were a psychological weapon. They taunted, terrorized, and defied solution, making the killer seem omniscient and untouchable. The sheer insolence of a killer directly addressing the authorities and the public, cloaked in mystery, created an unprecedented level of fear. Or recall the chilling mystery of the numbers stations, those shortwave radio broadcasts of seemingly random sequences of numbers, often read by a synthesized voice, believed to be used by intelligence agencies to communicate with spies. The unexplained nature of these broadcasts, the eerie, disembodied voices, and the implication of covert operations, all contribute to a sense of profound unease and conspiracy. Even the concept of pirate radio, illicit broadcasters operating outside legal frameworks, inherently suggests defiance and a hidden agenda. These real-world phenomena underscore how fragmented, mysterious audio communications can become deeply ingrained in our collective consciousness, fueling both fear and morbid fascination, transforming an abstract threat into a chilling, audible reality. Psychologically, why are these cryptic messages so effective in building suspense and terror? Firstly, they personalize the threat. No longer are the disappearances attributed to some impersonal force or accident. There is a mind behind them, a voice, however distorted, that speaks directly to the victims and the authorities. This turns a natural disaster into a deliberate act of malice. Secondly, their very ambiguity is unsettling. The messages offer hints but no clear answers, forcing the listener to fill in the blanks, to confront their deepest fears. Our brains are hardwired to seek patterns and meaning, and when presented with fragmented, menacing information, we instinctively try to complete the puzzle, often imagining scenarios far worse than any explicit threat. This active participation in the fear-building process makes it profoundly impactful. Thirdly, the voice from the void element is deeply primal. It evokes ancient fears of spirits, omens, and unseen entities, speaking from beyond our grasp. It suggests an opponent who is everywhere and nowhere, a master of the invisible domain. This lack of a tangible target amplifies helplessness and terror. The radio waves, once symbols of connection and information, are warped into conduits of dread. For anyone looking to apply these principles in their own storytelling or to better appreciate them as an audience, here are some practical steps. First, make the messages infrequent but impactful. Overuse can dilute their power. Each transmission should feel like an event, a significant escalation. Second, ensure they are cryptic but not utterly nonsensical. There should be just enough information or thematic consistency to hint at the antagonist's personality, motive, or signature, but not enough to give away the game. The phrase "the clouds hold secrets" isn't just random. It directly relates to the setting and the nature of the mystery. Third, vary the delivery and content. Sometimes it's a voice, sometimes music, sometimes an eerie sound effect. This keeps the audience on edge, wondering what form the next taunt will take. Fourth, connect them directly to the events. The timing of a transmission right after a disappearance, or even before one, unequivocally links the pirate's voice to the acts themselves, and finally, demonstrate the impact of these messages. Show the fear in the eyes of the technicians who intercept them, the frustration of Thawne as he tries to trace them, and the growing dread among the public as these chilling whispers become undeniable. The transmissions are not just words. They are an assault on the collective psyche, a deliberate act of psychological warfare waged from the impenetrable heights of the clouds. So, as we conclude this immersive dive into chapters 1 to 9 of The Air Pirate, let us recap the foundational elements that have been meticulously laid. We have witnessed the terrifying inception of a new threat to humanity, the inexplicable vanishing of majestic commercial airliners, turning the very skies from a highway of progress into a frontier of fear. We've seen the growing panic, the fruitless searches, and the chilling silence that surrounds these disappearances, forcing the world to confront an enemy that leaves no trace. Into this vortex of confusion, we have been introduced to Commissioner Rexford Thawne, a man of exceptional intellect and unwavering resolve, whose unique perspective and brilliant deductive mind represent humanity's best hope. He stands as a beacon of order, a promise that chaos can be understood and confronted. And finally, we've felt the insidious creep of terror through the airwaves, as the enigmatic air pirate begins to broadcast his chilling, cryptic messages, transforming an abstract threat into a personal, audible menace, a declaration of war from an unseen master of the clouds. These initial chapters are not merely an introduction to a plot. They are an invitation to a profound experience of mystery and suspense. They establish the stakes, introduce the hero, and reveal the chilling nature of the antagonist, all while keeping the audience firmly engaged with rhetorical questions and a deepening sense of intrigue. The stage is now set. The air is thick with anticipation. The mystery has been firmly established, the lines drawn between the forces of order and a terrifying, unseen adversary. What comes next, you might ask? How will Commissioner Thawne begin to unravel these elusive clues? What will be the pirate's next move, and how will he escalate his reign of terror? The initial investigations will intensify, pulling Thawne deeper into the labyrinth of the pirate's designs. The cryptic transmissions will undoubtedly evolve, perhaps revealing more about the pirate's grand ambitions or even hinting at his technological prowess. The pressure on Thawne will mount, not just from the public and the authorities, but from the very weight of the unknown. We will witness his first true breakthroughs, the small victories that illuminate portions of the pirate's dark intentions. Perhaps a pattern in the disappearances will emerge, a common denominator that others have overlooked, or a fleeting glimpse of the pirate's extraordinary methods will surface, demanding an even greater intellectual leap from our brilliant protagonist. The narrative will transition from establishing the problem to actively pursuing its solution, drawing us further into the heart of the threat in the clouds. The hunt has just begun, and the stakes could not be higher. We are now prepared for the thrilling chase that will inevitably ensue, guided by Thawne's genius through the swirling mists of an unprecedented aerial threat. The hunt has just begun, and the stakes could not be higher. We are now prepared for the thrilling chase that will inevitably ensue, guided by Thorne's genius through the swirling mists of an unprecedented aerial threat. The initial whispers of trouble had been dismissed as anomalies, isolated incidents in the vast, complex tapestry of global air travel. First, it was Flight 714, a sleek, state-of-the-art cargo jet, laden with high-value electronics en route from Tokyo to San Francisco. One moment, it was a blinking transponder on the radar screen, exchanging routine weather updates with Oakland ATC. The next, it was gone. Not a single distress call, no sudden plunge, no debris field, just an instantaneous, baffling erasure from existence. Air traffic controllers, seasoned veterans who had seen everything from engine failures to sudden depressurizations, reported an eerie, almost supernatural silence in the frequency band where Flight 714 had just been. Then came Flight 209, a luxury passenger liner, the Zenith Dream, disappearing over the Bermuda Triangle's historical coordinates, ironically enough, on its inaugural flight from New York to London. This time, the disappearance was almost identical, a final, crisp check-in, then nothing but the hiss of static. Panic began to ripple through the global aviation community. Two vanishings, mere weeks apart, both without a trace, defied every established protocol and understanding of aeronautical engineering and physics. The initial theories ranged from catastrophic structural failure to advanced electronic jamming, but none could explain the utter lack of wreckage or even a single black box signal. It was as if the aircraft had simply dissolved into the very air they traversed. The third disappearance sealed the terrifying pattern. The Sky Sentinel, a military surveillance craft, vanished during a routine patrol over the North Atlantic. This was no civilian airliner. This was a hardened, secure aircraft, flown by highly trained pilots, equipped with every conceivable countermeasure and communication system. Its disappearance sent shivers down the spine of every government and intelligence agency. The implications were staggering. If a military craft could be taken, then no one, absolutely no one, was safe in the skies. It was against this backdrop of escalating terror and profound bafflement that Commissioner Elias Vance of the Global Air Police stepped onto the scene. Vance was not a man given to theatrics or panic. His career was a testament to meticulous deduction and an unwavering commitment to facts, even when those facts painted an incomplete and terrifying picture. He had risen through the ranks not by grandstanding, but by quietly connecting dots that others missed, by dissecting anomalies with the precision of a surgeon. From his expansive office, perched high in the Global Air Police headquarters, overlooking the bustling aerodromes of Neo-London, Vance absorbed every scrap of data, every speculative report. He had seen his share of bizarre cases: smugglers using cloaked dirigibles, rogue drone swarms, even saboteurs targeting ground infrastructure. But this was different. Vance's brilliant detective work wasn't in solving the mystery immediately, but in recognizing its true nature before anyone else. While the media screamed about unprecedented coincidences and various government agencies bickered over jurisdiction, Vance saw a chilling, deliberate pattern. He noticed the shared flight corridors, the specific altitudes always above 30,000 feet, and, most unnervingly, the precise weather conditions, always during periods of moderate cloud cover, offering natural concealment. He methodically ruled out every conventional explanation. No debris suggested not a crash. No distress calls indicated not an emergency. The varied aircraft types cargo, passenger, military pointed away from a design flaw in a single model. The absence of evidence became, for Vance, the most damning evidence of all. He understood intuitively that this was not an act of God or nature, but of a calculating, intelligent hand. He convened emergency briefings, his voice calm yet firm, cutting through the hysteria. "These are not isolated incidents," he declared to a room full of bewildered officials and aviation experts. "This is a coordinated, sophisticated operation. Someone is taking our aircraft, and they are doing it with an unprecedented level of stealth and precision." He presented his findings, detailed analyses of radar blind spots that appeared to be exploited, the subtle electromagnetic disturbances noted by ground stations at the exact moments of disappearance, dismissed by others as atmospheric interference. Vance knew better. He saw the signature of an unseen adversary, a master of deception operating just beyond the veil of current technology. It was during the investigation of the Sky Sentinel's disappearance that the first truly unsettling piece of evidence emerged, confirming Vance's darkest suspicions. Intercepted radio transmissions. Faint at first, almost imperceptible, a ghostly whisper overlaid on standard ATC frequencies, often dismissed as crosstalk or equipment malfunction. But after the third incident, Vance assigned a dedicated team of audio specialists to scour every recording from the moments preceding the vanishings. And there it was. Not a direct communication, not a demand, but a series of cryptic, almost poetic fragments. The initial intercept was chilling. A low, modulated voice, calm and detached, speaking just for a few seconds on a hijacked frequency before vanishing again. "The sky is a cage of your own making. We merely unlock the door." It was overlaid with a strange, high-pitched hum, almost like a distant, ethereal music. The team analyzed the frequency, the modulation, the precise timing. It wasn't random. It was a deliberate, sophisticated breach, designed to be fleeting, tantalizing, and untraceable. Subsequent intercepts became slightly clearer, but no less unsettling. "You build your nests too high, little birds. The true currents belong to us." Another, even more disturbing. During the frantic moments after the Zenith dream vanished, fear not the fall, but the ascent into the unknown. The voice was always the same, devoid of emotion, almost synthesized, yet with an undeniable undertone of intelligent malice. It spoke in riddles, in pronouncements, never directly addressing the victims or demanding anything. It was a taunt, a statement of power, an assertion of dominance over the very medium of air itself. These weren't mere pirates seeking cargo. This was something far grander, far more ideological. They weren't just taking planes. They were making a statement, challenging humanity's right to the sky. These transmissions solidified Vance's conviction. He knew then that conventional policing, even conventional warfare, would be useless. This was a challenge that required a mind capable of thinking not just outside the box, but outside the very concept of the box. He needed someone who saw the world in patterns and possibilities that others couldn't even fathom. He needed a genius, a visionary, a mind as unconventional as the threat itself. And there was only one such individual he knew, Professor Alastair Thorne. Vance had worked with Thorne on a few obscure, high-profile cases in the past, always marveling at the man's almost prescient ability to dissect the seemingly impossible. He knew Thorne was reclusive, a man of academia and theoretical physics. But this was a crisis that transcended standard boundaries. Thorne's reputation wasn't built on force, but on an uncanny ability to understand the unseen mechanics of the universe, to predict the unpredictable. His brilliance was precisely what was needed to face an adversary who seemed to operate on a different plane of existence. The hunt, indeed, had only just begun, but with Vance's discerning eye identifying the true nature of the threat and Thorne's unique intellect now fully engaged, the swirling mists of this unprecedented aerial menace might just begin to part. The stakes were no longer just about commerce or national security. They were about humanity's dominion over the skies, challenged by a force as enigmatic as it was deadly. Every intercepted fragment, every vanished aircraft, became a piece of a grand, terrifying puzzle, waiting for Thorne to piece together the design of the ultimate air pirate. Part 4, Main Chapters 10 to 19. The Pursuit. Welcome, dear listeners, to another enthralling chapter in our exploration of the air pirate. Today, we delve into the heart of the action, a segment so pivotal that it shapes the very trajectory of our narrative. Part 4, Main Chapters 10 to 19. The Pursuit. This is where the stakes escalate dramatically, where the air itself crackles with tension, and where our heroes face their most formidable challenge yet. Let us embark upon a deep dive into the very core concept that defines this part of our story, the mesmerizing, often terrifying, cat-and-mouse game between the relentless forces of the law and the elusive, ingenious air pirate. Have you ever wondered what it truly means to be locked in a struggle where one side operates with a full, albeit sometimes lumbering, machinery of order, and the other, with the cunning, speed, and unpredictable brilliance of an outlaw? It is a dance of wits, a perilous ballet performed high above the clouds, where every maneuver, every silence, and every sudden burst of speed could spell triumph or disaster. This isn't merely a chase. It's a psychological duel, a test of endurance, intellect, and nerve. The cat-and-mouse dynamic is a storytelling archetype as old as time itself, and for good reason. It taps into our primal instincts of hunt and evasion, of predator and prey. In the context of the air pirate, this takes on an exhilarating aerial dimension. Imagine the vast, open canvas of the sky, a seemingly limitless expanse, yet one that can become claustrophobic in the face of a relentless pursuer or an inescapable trap. The lure, represented by brave air patrols and burgeoning aerial navies, possesses superior numbers, coordinated intelligence, and a mandate to protect. Yet, the air pirate, despite being a singular entity, or so they seem, holds the trump cards of surprise, advanced technology, and a profound understanding of aerial tactics, born perhaps from desperation or sheer genius. Each side attempts to anticipate the other's moves, to exploit weaknesses, to predict patterns that are constantly shifting. The pursuit is not just about speed. It is about deception, about lulling the opponent into a false sense of security, or drawing them into a meticulously planned ambush. It is about understanding the psychology of your adversary as much as it is about the raw power of your machines. Does the pirate seek to evade capture, or are they using the pursuit as a distraction for some grander, more sinister scheme? And do the forces of order truly understand the depth of their opponent's resourcefulness, or are they underestimating the rogue element in their midst? These are the questions that hang heavy in the air, fueling the relentless chase. Now, let us turn our attention to the first of our key points, an element that elevates the air pirate from a mere nuisance to an almost mythological figure: the technological marvels of the pirate's heavily armed zeppelin. Picture this leviathan of the skies, a creation so far beyond contemporary engineering that it borders on the fantastical, yet grounded enough in its execution to feel terrifyingly real. This isn't just an airship. It is a fortress, a swift predator, and a ghost, all rolled into one magnificent, intimidating package. Imagine, if you will, the first fleeting glimpse our heroes catch of this behemoth. It is not just large. It is colossal, dwarfing anything else in the skies. Its streamlined, midnight blue hull, perhaps crafted from an alloy unknown to conventional science, reflects the moonlight with an eerie, almost liquid sheen, allowing it to blend seamlessly into the night sky, earning it the ominous moniker the Shadow Serpent among the airmen who have been fortunate enough to survive an encounter. The silent propulsion system is its most unnerving feature. No telltale roar of massive propellers, no thrum of conventional engines. Instead, it glides with an unnatural quiet, powered by what rumor suggests is a revolutionary anti-gravity generator, drawing energy from the very atmosphere, or perhaps from a contained, exotic power source. This silence amplifies its menace, allowing it to appear from nowhere, delivering devastating blows before vanishing without a trace. But its true terror lies in its armament. Concealed bays along its underbelly and flanks house an array of weaponry that would make any military strategist blanch. Retractable turrets, housing rapid-fire electrocannons, capable of tearing through even reinforced plating with terrifying ease, snap into position with a hydraulic hiss. Projectile launchers capable of firing specialized incendiary shells or electromagnetic pulse charges designed to disable aerial instruments are artfully integrated into its structure, revealing themselves only at the moment of attack. Defensive systems are equally impressive. Shimmering energy shields, capable of deflecting conventional artillery fire, can be activated at a moment's notice, giving it an almost impenetrable aura. Perhaps it even boasts stealth capabilities, sophisticated jamming devices that render it invisible to radar and other detection methods, making it a phantom of the upper atmosphere. The interior, though rarely seen by outsiders, is rumored to be a masterpiece of functional design, a highly advanced command center where every dial glows with arcane light. Every control panel hums with controlled power, all orchestrating the terrifying capabilities of this airborne dreadnought. It is a testament to a single, brilliant, and utterly ruthless mind. For a real-world storytelling example, think of the Nautilus from Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Captain Nemo's submarine was not merely a vessel. It was an extension of his genius, his rebellion, and his power. Its revolutionary design, its devastating weaponry, its self-sufficiency, and its ability to vanish beneath the waves made it an object of both fear and wonder. Similarly, the air pirate's Zeppelin must evoke that same sense of awe and dread, a singular masterpiece of engineering serving a singular, enigmatic purpose. Or consider the iconic Star Destroyers from Star Wars. Their sheer size and overwhelming firepower immediately establish the immense power of the Galactic Empire, making any encounter with them fraught with peril for the smaller, more vulnerable rebel ships. The detailed description of these vessels isn't just window dressing. It's fundamental to setting the stage for the conflict. Psychologically, why does such a powerful, technologically superior vehicle matter so profoundly in a narrative? It amplifies the stakes to an almost unbearable degree. When the antagonist commands such an overwhelming advantage, the hero's struggle is immediately elevated. It's no longer just a chase. It's a battle against insurmountable odds, a testament to courage and ingenuity over raw power. This imbalance creates immediate tension and suspense. We, as the audience, are left wondering, how can our hero possibly overcome such a formidable adversary? The Zeppelin becomes a physical manifestation of the pirates' ambition, their ruthlessness, and their capacity for destruction. It symbolizes their challenge to established order and their ability to operate beyond the conventional rules of engagement. It makes the pirate a truly terrifying force, not just an individual. Moreover, it grounds the fantastical elements of the story. While the technology might be advanced, describing it in detail makes it feel tangible, making the threat feel more real and immediate. It allows us to believe in the world the author has created, however extraordinary it might be. For listeners, how can this understanding offer practical application steps, perhaps even for your own creative endeavors or your appreciation of storytelling? When you encounter an antagonist, consider not just their personality, but also the tools and resources they command. How do these tools define their threat level? How do they reflect the character's ingenuity, their wealth, or their philosophy? If you are a writer, how can you describe an object, be it a vehicle, a weapon, or even a hidden lair, in such a way that it becomes an extension of your character, adding layers to their mystique and power? Focus on sensory details, the hum of unseen engines, the gleam of an unusual alloy, the silent efficiency of its movements. Remember that the antagonist's strength, meticulously detailed, only serves to highlight the hero's courage and ingenuity when they eventually face off. It's about building a sense of awe and dread, making the villain's capabilities a living, breathing part of the story's landscape. Moving forward, we arrive at our second pivotal moment, one that sends shivers down the spine and tightens the gut. The narration of the first tense aerial skirmish and the hero's narrow escape. This is where the theoretical might of the air pirates' Zeppelin collides with the gritty reality of combat, and where our hero, Captain Elias Vance, is thrust into the crucible of direct confrontation. Imagine the scene. Captain Vance, a man of unwavering resolve and unparalleled piloting skill, is on a routine reconnaissance patrol, flying his swift, experimental interceptor biplane, the Sky Dart, a marvel of speed and agility, though undoubtedly fragile compared to the Leviathan he is about to encounter. The air is crisp, the sky a breathtaking expanse of air, when a flicker on his rudimentary radar catches his attention. It's faint, almost imperceptible, a ghost signal. His instincts, honed by years of flying dangerous missions, scream danger. He banks his biplane, pushing its twin engines to their limits, his eyes scanning the horizon. And then, it appears, not in a dramatic flash, but subtly, emerging from the depths of a high-altitude cloud bank, a colossal shadow, silent and menacing. The shadow serpent, the sheer size of it is disorienting, a shock to the senses. It looms, dark and enormous, against the pale sky, its metallic hull almost absorbing the light. Before Vance can fully register the threat, a series of rapid, almost silent flashes erupt from its underbelly. Electrocannons. Beams of raw energy tear through the air, shrieking past his wings, scorching the very atmosphere. The Sky Dart bucks violently, rattled by the near misses. Vance reacts instantly, his hands a blur on the controls, pulling the biplane into a dizzying corkscrew dive, the G-forces pressing him deep into his seat. He hears the sharp crack of shrapnel against his fuselage, the sickening groan of stressed metal. He knows he's outmatched, outgunned. His biplane's twin machine guns, effective against smaller craft, would be mere pellets against the Zeppelin's reinforced hull. This isn't a fair fight. It's an execution attempt. The Zeppelin, surprisingly agile for its size, begins to turn, its hidden weaponry tracking his every move. Vance, however, is a master of evasion. He uses the clouds, the sun, even the sheer turbulence created by the Zeppelin's passage, to his advantage. He weaves, bobs, and weaves again, a tiny fly buzzing around a deadly, slow-moving spider. Shells explode all around him, their concussive force threatening to tear his biplane apart. A desperate thought flashes through his mind. Must get out. Warn the others. He pushes the Sky Dart into a vertical climb, hoping to gain altitude and speed, but the Zeppelin's propulsion systems are too advanced. It matches his ascent, its silent pursuit relentless. In a moment of sheer desperation and brilliance, Vance spots a narrow canyon winding through a mountainous range below, a perilous gauntlet of jagged rock faces. He commits, plunging the Sky Dart into the ravine, its wings barely clearing the rock. The Zeppelin, too massive to follow, attempts to fire from above, sending cascades of rock and debris tumbling down around him. But Vance is too fast, too low, too agile. He emerges from the canyon mouth, his biplane shuddering, systems flickering, smoke trailing from a damaged engine. But he is free. He glances back, seeing the shadow serpent hovering ominously above the canyon, a silent testament to the fury of its commander. The escape was narrow, harrowing, leaving him shaken but resolute. He had survived, but barely, and now he knew the true power of his adversary. As a real-world storytelling example, consider the iconic trench run scene in Star Wars: A New Hope. Luke Skywalker, in his nimble X-Wing, is a small, vulnerable target pitted against the gargantuan, heavily armed Death Star. The pursuit by Darth Vader's TIE fighter, the desperate maneuvers, the ticking clock, the near misses as laser fire streaks past, all culminate in a truly nail-biting, narrow escape that defines the hero's courage and skill under immense pressure. Or think of the classic dogfights in World War I films like The Blue Max, where the sheer vulnerability of the biplanes and the close quarters combat create an intense, visceral experience of survival. The details of the environment, the sounds, the hero's internal monologue, all contribute to the feeling of impending doom and the ultimate, exhilarating relief of escape. From a psychological perspective, why is a narrow escape so incredibly vital to a compelling narrative? Firstly, it immediately establishes the formidable power of the antagonist. The hero barely survives, underscoring the lethal threat the villain poses. Secondly, it humanizes the hero, making them vulnerable and relatable. We see their fear, their resourcefulness under duress, and their sheer will to survive. This builds immediate empathy and emotional investment from the audience. We root for Captain Vance because we've witnessed firsthand the danger he faces. Thirdly, it raises the stakes exponentially. After this close call, every subsequent encounter becomes charged with even greater tension. We know what the villain is capable of, and we know our hero can be defeated. It's not a given that they will always triumph. This uncertainty is crucial for maintaining audience engagement. Finally, it often acts as a catalyst for the hero's development. Surviving such an ordeal forces them to reevaluate their strategies, to understand the true nature of their enemy, and to harden their resolve for the battles yet to come. It's a moment of profound transformation. For listeners, how can this analysis translate into practical application steps for your own understanding of storytelling or even your personal challenges? When encountering seemingly insurmountable obstacles, remember that survival often comes down to adaptability, quick thinking, and leveraging your unique strengths against the opponent's weaknesses. In storytelling, consider how you can build suspense not just through grand gestures, but through granular details. The sound of a creaking wing, the smell of burning fuel, the internal monologue of a character facing imminent destruction. Emphasize the narrowness of the escape. Was it luck, skill, a momentary lapse by the villain? The more desperate and improbable the escape, the more satisfying the moment of survival, and the more impactful the villain's presence becomes. Think about how moments of intense pressure reveal true character, both in fiction and in life. It's about recognizing the psychological impact of vulnerability and triumph. And now, we arrive at arguably the most anticipated and impactful revelation of this entire arc: the unmasking of the air pirate and the unveiling of their twisted motivations. For too long, the air pirate has been a faceless menace, a shadowy figure operating with terrifying efficiency. But in these chapters, the veil is finally lifted, revealing a truth far more complex and unsettling than anyone could have imagined. The identity of the air pirate is revealed not as some faceless criminal, but as a figure who was once revered, a name whispered with respect in scientific and engineering circles: Professor Alastair Finch. Finch, a prodigious intellect, was once the visionary behind many of the city's most ambitious aerial infrastructure projects, a man whose designs promised a new era of airborne commerce and exploration. He was charismatic, brilliant, and seemingly dedicated to progress. However, years ago, he vanished without a trace, presumed dead after a catastrophic accident involving his experimental anti-gravity engine, an incident largely attributed to his own recklessness by the very corporations he once served. But Finch was not dead. He survived, albeit scarred and profoundly disillusioned. He claims the accident was no accident at all, but a deliberate act of sabotage orchestrated by a powerful consortium of industrialists and government officials who sought to steal his research, silence his criticisms of their exploitative practices, and ultimately profit from his genius without sharing the benefits with the common people. He believes they left him for dead, stripped him of his patents, and buried his name under a mountain of lies. His body, though mended, bears the marks of the fiery crash, but it is his mind that holds the deepest scars. His motivations are, therefore, not born of simple greed or a desire for chaos, but a potent, toxic cocktail of revenge, a twisted sense of justice, and a profound, almost messianic belief that he alone can dismantle the corrupt system that wronged him. He sees himself not as a pirate, but as a liberator, a force of nature bringing necessary destruction to a complacent and morally bankrupt society. He believes the establishment has grown fat and arrogant, exploiting the common folk and stifling true innovation for selfish gain. His airship, the Shadow Serpent, is not just a weapon. It is a symbol of his stolen genius reclaimed, a testament to what he could have achieved for humanity had he not been betrayed. He targets not random airships, but those associated with the very corporations and individuals he holds responsible for his downfall, or those who embody the societal decay he seeks to eradicate. He aims to expose their hypocrisy, to sow fear and discord, and ultimately, to force a radical restructuring of power, even if it means widespread destruction and loss of innocent lives in the process. He justifies these casualties as the necessary sacrifices for a greater good, a warped utilitarianism that makes him chillingly dangerous. He is convinced that only through absolute disruption can the world truly see the rot at its core and be rebuilt anew under his vision. For a compelling real-world storytelling example, Consider the evolution of Magneto from the X-Men comics and films. Eric Lancher, as he was once known, is a mutant who survived the Holocaust. His twisted motivations stem from an undeniable past trauma and a deeply held belief that humanity will inevitably persecute and destroy mutants, just as the Nazis persecuted and destroyed Jews. His methods are often extreme, involving violence and a desire for mutant supremacy, but they are born from a desire to protect his people from a perceived, very real threat. He is not purely evil. He is a product of his experiences, and his actions, however horrific, are rooted in a deeply personal and understandable pain. This makes him a far more complex and compelling antagonist than a simple villain seeking world domination. His story evokes empathy, even as we condemn his actions. Psychologically, why do the identity and particularly the twisted motivations of an antagonist matter so profoundly in a narrative? Firstly, it elevates the villain from a one-dimensional threat to a complex character. When we understand their why, even if we disagree with it vehemently, they become more than just an obstacle. They become a mirror reflecting darker aspects of society or human nature. This complexity makes the story richer and more thought-provoking. Secondly, it often creates a moral dilemma for the hero and the audience. If the villain's initial grievances have some basis in truth, if they were genuinely wronged, it challenges simplistic notions of good versus evil. The hero might find themselves in a position where they must confront not just the pirate, but also the injustices that created the pirate. This adds significant depth and nuance to the conflict. Thirdly, twisted motivations allow for profound character development. A villain driven by a personal agenda, a deep wound, or a distorted ideology can evolve, or at least reveal new layers, as the story progresses. It makes their actions unpredictable and their ultimate fate more emotionally resonant. It prevents the audience from simply dismissing them as bad guys, forcing a deeper engagement with the narrative's themes. For listeners, how can this understanding offer practical application steps, both in appreciating stories and perhaps even in navigating complex real-world situations? When engaging with a narrative, actively look beyond the surface actions of antagonists. Ask yourself, what shaped this character? What historical or personal trauma might be driving their behavior? What ideals, however distorted, do they believe they are upholding? Understanding these layers can transform your reading or viewing experience, making it far richer than a simple hero versus villain tale. In real life, while we must never condone destructive behavior, seeking to understand the underlying motivations behind conflict, dissent, or extreme viewpoints can be a powerful tool for empathy and for identifying potential pathways to resolution, even if those paths are incredibly difficult to forge. It encourages us to look at the why behind actions, not just the what. It's about recognizing that even the most heinous acts can sometimes be rooted in a deeply personal, albeit twisted, sense of justice or purpose. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us quickly summarize the incredible journey we have undertaken. We have explored the exhilarating cat-and-mouse game that defines the pursuit, understanding it not just as a physical chase, but as a profound psychological struggle between order and rebellion. We delved into the terrifying technological marvel of the air pirate's Zeppelin, the Shadow Serpent, recognizing how its sheer power and advanced design elevate the antagonist to an almost mythical status, making the conflict one of truly epic proportions. We then recounted the harrowing details of Captain Elias Vance's narrow escape from the pirates' clutches, a moment that underscored the villain's lethal threat and cemented our hero's courage and ingenuity under unimaginable pressure. And finally, we pulled back the curtain on the air pirate's true identity, revealing Professor Alastair Finch, a brilliant mind twisted by betrayal, driven by a deeply personal and vengeful quest for justice, transforming him from a faceless menace into a tragic, complex figure whose motivations force us to question the very fabric of the world he seeks to destroy. The stage is now set, dear listeners. The players are known, their motives revealed, and the first shot has been fired. The pursuit is no longer merely a chase. It is a desperate race against time, a battle of wits and wills, where the fate of cities, perhaps even the entire aerial world, hangs precariously in the balance. How will Captain Vance and the forces of law respond to this shockingly personal challenge? What new traps and stratagems will the vengeful Professor Finch unleash from the depths of his genius? The air will continue to churn with the promise of conflict, and the skies will remain a dangerous, beautiful, and utterly unpredictable arena. Join us next time as we saw deeper into the narrative, anticipating the escalating conflict and the breathtaking aerial duels that are sure to follow. The hunt is truly on, and the stakes could not be higher. In the breathless days and weeks that followed, the skies became a chessboard, vast and unforgiving, where every move was scrutinized and every misstep could spell disaster. The authorities, led by the increasingly harried Air Marshal Thawne, found themselves ensnared in a frustrating, high-stakes game of cat and mouse with an adversary unlike any they had ever encountered. The air pirate, as the elusive menace became known across the globe, was a ghost in the clouds, striking with surgical precision and then vanishing without a trace, leaving only wreckage and unanswered questions in their wake. Thawne's aerial patrol fleets, once the undisputed guardians of the upper atmosphere, were now routinely outmaneuvered and outsmarted, their advanced radar systems proving utterly useless against the pirates' uncanny ability to disappear. Reports would flood in. A cargo dirigible pirated over the Atlantean Rift, its precious energy crystals spirited away. A diplomatic airship ambushed above the Siberian expanse, its encrypted communications network systematically plundered. An entire gold shipment spirited away from a heavily armed transport near the Amazonian basin, leaving the military escort utterly helpless. But by the time Thawne's fastest interceptors, the pride of the aerial Commonwealth, arrived on the scene, the only evidence would be the whispering wind, the lingering scent of ozone, and the echoing despair of the victims. Each new strike only amplified the pirates' legend, a terrifying enigma that seemed to mock the very concept of law and order in the skies. The psychological toll on Thawne's forces was immense, their morale eroding with every fruitless chase. every dead end in a labyrinth of false leads and misdirection. The pirates' strikes were not random. They were calculated, often targeting vessels critical to the Commonwealth's infrastructure or symbols of its authority, hinting at a deeper, more insidious agenda than mere banditry. Surveillance networks were expanded. Covert operatives infiltrated every major port and clandestine air dock. Vast sums of intelligence were gathered and analyzed by the most powerful supercomputers. But the air pirate always remained one step ahead, a phantom weaving through the intricate web of global security, leaving only an imprint of fear and a trail of ever-growing debts. What made the air pirates so infuriatingly elusive was not just their operational cunning, but the sheer technological superiority of their flagship, the Shadow Serpent. This wasn't merely a zeppelin. It was a leviathan of the skies, a masterwork of engineering that defied conventional understanding and laughed in the face of established aeronautical physics. Its hull, a sleek, almost organic obsidian shell crafted from an unknown composite, seemed to absorb ambient light, rendering it virtually invisible against the night sky, and remarkably difficult to track even during the day, its heat signature almost non-existent. But its invisibility was only the beginning. Its propulsion system was equally revolutionary, utilizing a silent, gravimetric drive in conjunction with advanced, cold fusion hydrogen cells. This allowed the Shadow Serpent to achieve speeds that left even the most modern government airships gasping in its wake, accelerating and decelerating with a fluidity that no conventional propeller or jet-driven craft could match. The gravimetric fields it generated could also subtly distort local atmospheric conditions around it, creating pockets of turbulence for pursuers or even temporary cloaking effects. But its true terror lay in its armaments and defensive capabilities. Along its flanks, automated turrets housing pulse cannons glowed with an eerie emerald energy, capable of tearing through reinforced armor plating as if it were tissue paper, their energy discharges creating miniature electromagnetic pulses that could temporarily cripple enemy systems. Beneath its belly, a massive magnetic grapple system, deployed with startling speed, could latch onto and siphon cargo, or even entire smaller airships mid-flight. An audacious display of power that left onlookers stunned and terrified. Energy shields, shimmering with an almost ethereal blue light, pulsed into existence, deflecting conventional projectiles and even most energy weapons with disdain, making direct engagement a near-suicidal endeavor for any lesser craft. Internally, the Shadow Serpent was a technological fortress, equipped with a fully automated medical bay, advanced fabrication facilities for on-the-fly repairs, and a command bridge that was a symphony of holographic displays and quantum computing, all controlled by an unseen hand with chilling precision. The Shadow Serpent was more than a ship. It was a symbol of unchecked genius, a testament to a mind operating far beyond the established paradigms of aeronautical warfare, weaponized and unleashed upon the world. It was amidst this escalating climate of fear and frustration that the first true confrontation occurred, a harrowing skirmish that etched itself into the annals of aerial combat and cemented Captain Elias Kestrel's reputation as a legend. Captain Kestrel, a name synonymous with bravery and unparalleled piloting skill, was leading a routine reconnaissance mission aboard his trusty airship, the Vindicator, a patrol vessel known for its agility rather than its firepower. Through the treacherous, wind-scoured canyons of the Etherian peaks, they were tracking a faint, anomalous energy signature, a needle in a haystack of electromagnetic noise that had tantalizingly appeared and vanished on their long-range sensors, when the Shadow Serpent descended upon them like a predator from the heavens. One moment, the sky was clear, the Vindicator's radar sweeping empty air. The next, a colossal, dark shape materialized as if conjured from the very air, its menacing silhouette a chilling omen against the craggy backdrop of the peaks. A shudder ran through the Vindicator as the Shadow Serpent's gravimetric distortion fields momentarily washed over them, causing instrument panels to flicker erratically. Before Kestrel's crew could even react, a blinding barrage erupted from the pirates' ship. Pulse cannons ripped through the air, their emerald bolts searing trails of destruction, whistling past the Vindicator's bridge with unnerving closeness. The Vindicator, while nimble and swift, was not built for head-on engagement with such a juggernaut. Its reinforced hull groaned under the impact of deflected shots, sparks showering the bridge as critical navigation and weapons systems flickered, alarms blaring a cacophony of impending doom. The smell of ozone and burning insulation quickly filled the air. Kestrel, with his trademark steely resolve, his jaw set grimly, barked orders into the comms, throwing the Vindicator into a series of desperate evasive maneuvers. He piloted the craft with a dancer's grace, weaving through the jagged peaks, exploiting every updraft and downdraft, using the natural terrain as the only available cover, his heart pounding a furious rhythm against his ribs. The Shadow Serpent, however, was unnervingly precise, its automated targeting systems locking on with chilling accuracy, seemingly anticipating Kestrel's every move. Another volley, a terrifying cascade of green energy, tore through the air, and a direct hit sheared off a significant section of the Vindicator's starboard stabilizer, sending the airship into a sickening, uncontrolled lurch. The ship screamed in protest. Alarms blared even louder. Red lights pulsed maniacally, and Kestrel wrestled with the bucking controls, struggling to maintain any semblance of control as the Vindicator plunged towards the rocky floor of the canyon. With an air of cold amusement, the air pirate's ship then launched a volley of plasma torpedoes, glowing spheres of superheated energy designed not to destroy, but to disable, to capture their prey intact. Kestrel knew they couldn't withstand another direct hit, not after the damage they'd already sustained. Seeing a desperate, almost suicidal opening, he piloted the Vindicator directly into a narrow, twisting fissure, barely wider than the ship itself, scraping metal against rock with a deafening screech, praying the larger Shadow Serpent couldn't possibly follow. The pirate's ship, momentarily caught off guard by Kestrel's audacious gamble, hesitated for a crucial, life-saving sliver of an instant. That microsecond was all Kestrel needed. He emerged from the fissure into a blinding storm front, a sudden, violent meteorological anomaly that offered a desperate, miraculous chance for escape. Rain lashed down, Lightning cracked the sky, and dense clouds enveloped the Vindicator. The Shadow Serpent, reluctant to risk its pristine hull and advanced systems in the tempest, its advanced sensors struggling against the atmospheric interference, broke off pursuit, its dark form melting back into the churning, roiling clouds, leaving Kestrel and his battered crew to limp back, shaken but miraculously alive, with a chilling, extraordinary tale to tell, a tale of overwhelming power and a desperate, narrow escape. The encounter, while a victory of survival, provided a crucial, terrifying piece of the puzzle. During the chaos, as the Shadow Serpent momentarily opened its command bay viewport, perhaps to assess the damage from Kestrel's desperate strafing run or to get a better visual on the vanishing Vindicator, Kestrel caught a fleeting, yet indelible glimpse of the figure at its helm. It was a man, cloaked in shadow, but his features, though partly obscured by a reflective visor and the dim lighting of the bridge, seemed disturbingly familiar. More importantly, amidst the electromagnetic static and the torrent of comms chatter, Kestrel's sensitive receivers intercepted a fragment of an encrypted transmission. A single, distorted voice, cold and precise, issuing swift, ruthless commands to the automated systems that controlled the Shadow Serpent. The intonation, the cadence, the almost lyrical precision of the words, it was utterly unmistakable. Professor Alastair Finch, the brilliant, yet deeply embittered scientist, once a celebrated luminary in advanced gravimetric propulsion and aeronautical design, now revealed as the sinister architect, and indeed, the primary operator, of the air pirates' reign of terror. It wasn't merely a subordinate or a pawn. Finch himself was at the heart of this destructive force. Finch's twisted motivations, though shocking in their sudden revelation, began to weave together a dreadful, coherent narrative for Kestrel and the Air Marshal. Years prior, Finch's groundbreaking theories on gravimetric propulsion, the very technology now powering the Shadow Serpent, had been summarily dismissed by the Aerial Commonwealth Council, the governing body of the skies, which Kestrel himself served. Deemed too dangerous, too destabilizing to the established order and the global economy reliant on conventional airship commerce, his funding was abruptly cut, his reputation systematically tarnished, and his revolutionary designs, years of painstaking research, confiscated under the guise of national security. He saw it not as a prudent decision, but as a profound betrayal, a conspiracy orchestrated by those who feared progress and sought to maintain their outdated, corrupt grasp on power. Finch, in his own warped perception, was not a villain but a self-appointed liberator, a visionary forced into the shadows, now using his technological marvels to expose the hypocrisy and structural flaws of the established order. He believed the world needed to be violently shaken from its complacency, its reliance on obsolete technology, and its archaic, stifling hierarchies. The air pirate was not merely a vessel for plunder, nor a tool for petty revenge. It was a meticulously crafted statement, a devastating instrument of his long-simmering vengeance, designed to dismantle the very system that had scorned him, peace by agonizing, public peace. Finch's ultimate goal wasn't just chaos, but a complete societal reset, A world where his advanced technologies would reign supreme, free from the ignorant interference of the Commonwealth. Kestrel now understood that this wasn't just a pursuit of a criminal. It was a deeply personal vendetta against everything he stood for, a war of ideals fought in the unforgiving skies, with Finch seeking to prove the intellectual and moral bankruptcy of his former peers. The hunt had indeed turned intensely personal, the stakes impossibly high, with the fate of the aerial world hanging precariously in the balance. How would Kestrel and the forces of order counter such a formidable, technologically superior, and deeply motivated foe? The answer would undoubtedly lie in courage, ingenuity, and perhaps a desperate gamble against the very laws of physics and the boundaries of human invention. The next chapters promise to unravel this complex tapestry of ambition, revenge, and unparalleled aerial warfare, forcing Kestrel to confront not just a machine, but the twisted genius behind it. Part 5 Main Chapters 20 to 29 The Sky Battle. Welcome, dear listeners, to a pivotal moment in our epic tale, The Air Pirate. As we soar into Part 5, encompassing chapters 20 through 29, we brace ourselves for an experience unlike any other, an adventure that will redefine the very meaning of courage and resolve. This segment, aptly titled The Sky Battle, isn't merely a series of events. It is the breathtaking, heart-stopping climax of our entire narrative, where all the threads woven throughout our journey converge into a spectacular tapestry of high-altitude combat and, finally, the much-anticipated resolution. What does it truly mean for a story to reach its climax? It's the highest peak of tension, isn't it? The point of no return, where stakes are irrevocably at their absolute maximum, and the fate of our beloved characters, and indeed, the very safety of the skies, hangs precariously in the balance. Every challenge faced, every secret uncovered, every sacrifice made, has led us to this singular, defining moment. It is the crucible where our heroes are forged in the fiery intensity of conflict, where their beliefs are tested against insurmountable odds, and where the villain's dominion is either cemented or shattered forever. Imagine standing at the precipice of a vast canyon, the wind whipping around you, knowing that one step forward could lead to either triumph or utter devastation. That, my friends, is the essence of a story's climax, and in The Air Pirate, it takes flight in the most spectacular and dangerous arena imaginable, the boundless expanse of the sky. We are talking about the ultimate confrontation, a true aerial ballet of destruction and daring, where the roar of engines replaces the whisper of intrigue, and the glint of sun on metal signifies not beauty, but imminent peril. It is here that the narrative's energy becomes almost palpable, a thrumming vibration that resonates with every beat of your heart, as we witness the culmination of weeks, perhaps even months, of tension and pursuit. Our journey through this climactic phase will unfold across 3 crucial stages, each building upon the last with an escalating intensity that will surely keep you on the edge of your seat. First, we will meticulously outline the daring rescue mission, an operation of incredible precision and courage, designed to liberate the innocent passengers held captive by the infamous air pirate. Following this, We plunge headfirst into the explosive final dogfight. A brutal and magnificent aerial ballet played out over the vast, unforgiving expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. And finally, we will conclude our narrative with the inevitable downfall of the air pirate and the joyous, much hoped for restoration of safe, unobstructed skies for all. Are you ready to embark on this thrilling ascent with me? I certainly hope so, because the winds of change are blowing, and they carry with them the promise of a truly unforgettable encounter. Let us now delve into the first crucial phase of our climax, the outline of the daring rescue mission to save the kidnapped passengers. Imagine, if you will, the sheer terror and uncertainty gripping the hearts of those innocent travelers, snatched from their peaceful journeys and held hostage aboard the pirates' formidable airship. Their hopes dimming with each passing hour, their spirits tested by the relentless psychological pressure of captivity. What greater motivation could there be for our protagonists than to free these souls from their airborne prison? This mission, born out of a profound sense of duty and compassion, is not merely about tactical prowess. It is a desperate race against time, a testament to unwavering human resolve. The fears of the passengers, trapped within the metallic shell of the pirates' behemoth airship, were not merely about their physical safety, but also the gnawing anxiety of the unknown, the isolation, and the despair of being cut off from the world below. Every creak of the hull, every unexpected lurch, would send a fresh wave of terror through them, highlighting their vulnerability and their desperate need for rescue. The planning for such an undertaking was, as you might well imagine, nothing short of meticulous, requiring an almost impossibly intricate web of coordination and foresight. Every variable had to be considered: the pirates' sophisticated radar and defensive armaments, the ever-shifting weather patterns high above the ocean that could either aid or utterly thwart their approach, the structural integrity of the pirates' airship, which posed unique challenges for infiltration, and, most importantly, the safety of the hostages. Our heroes, a composite team of brilliant strategists, expert pilots, and highly trained operatives drawn from various international agencies, spent countless sleepless nights poring over blueprints, analyzing intercepted intelligence reports, and rehearsing every conceivable scenario in elaborate simulations. Their approach had to be one of absolute stealth, a whisper in the wind rather than a thunderclap, to avoid alerting the pirate prematurely and jeopardizing the precious lives they sought to save. Imagine the palpable tension in the briefing room, the low hum of anticipation, the almost suffocating weight of responsibility pressing down on every individual present. Each team member, from the most senior commander to the youngest recruit, understood the gravity of their task, knowing that one misstep, one tiny error in judgment, could spell catastrophic disaster for everyone involved. They operated under strict radio silence, adding another layer of complexity, relying instead on pre-arranged signals and visual cues, a true symphony of disciplined action. The infiltration itself was a masterclass in covert operations, executed with breathtaking precision and daring. Picture a small, agile team deploying from a high-altitude transport aircraft, Under the deepest cloak of night, or perhaps amidst a conveniently dense bank of thick cloud cover, using the natural elements as their shield. They would rappel silently from dizzying heights or parachute with pinpoint accuracy onto the unsuspecting behemoth of the pirate's airship, using specialized grappling hooks, magnetic clamps, and cutting-edge electronic tools to neutralize perimeter sensors and gain entry through reinforced hatches or emergency exits. Every shadow became a potential hiding place, every gust of wind a potential cover for their stealthy movements. The physical challenges were monumental. The biting, freezing cold of the upper atmosphere, the treacherous, unpredictable winds threatening to rip them from their precarious footholds, the disorienting vastness of the ocean stretching endlessly below, and the constant, chilling fear of discovery at any moment. But their focus remained absolutely unwavering, driven by the indelible images of those innocent faces, waiting, hoping, praying for liberation. We are talking about true heroes here, individuals who willingly placed themselves in extraordinary danger for the sake of others, embodying the very best of human courage and selflessness. Think of real-world storytelling examples that resonate with this spirit of audacious rescue. The classic film Air Force One immediately springs to mind, doesn't it? Where the President of the United States himself becomes both a hostage and, remarkably, a rescuer, fighting tooth and nail against cunning skyjackers to protect his family and staff on board. The relentless tension, the confined space of the aircraft, the inexorable ticking clock, and the relentless struggle against a truly cunning adversary. All those compelling elements are powerfully present and universally engaging. Or consider the historical bravery of Operation Entebbe, a legendary commando raid executed thousands of miles from home to rescue over 100 hostages. The intricate planning, the logistical nightmare of such a long-distance operation, the sheer audacity of the mission, and the incredible success achieved against what seemed like overwhelming odds provide a powerful and inspiring parallel. In both instances, the profound moral imperative to save innocent lives drives the narrative, creating an immediate and profound emotional connection with the audience. The stakes are not abstract concepts. They are deeply, personally, and agonizingly felt by every viewer or listener. From a psychological perspective, why does a daring rescue mission resonate so deeply with us, capturing our imaginations and stirring our emotions? It taps into some of our most fundamental human needs and desires, doesn't it? Firstly, there's the primal instinct to protect the innocent, especially those who are vulnerable, defenseless, and cannot protect themselves. We feel a deep, almost visceral sense of empathy for the kidnapped passengers, easily imagining ourselves or our own loved ones in such a terrifying and helpless predicament. This empathy fuels our fervent hope for their salvation and our profound admiration for those brave enough to attempt such a perilous mission. Secondly, it speaks directly to our inherent desire for justice. When evil acts are perpetrated, when innocent people are harmed, we crave to see the scales of justice balanced, to see the perpetrators held accountable for their deeds, and the victims liberated from their suffering. A rescue mission is a direct, visceral manifestation of this desire, a proactive and courageous step to rectify a profound wrong. Thirdly, it celebrates the triumph of courage over fear, of hope over despair, and of altruism over selfishness. We are inherently inspired by individuals who face overwhelming danger with unwavering resolve and a clear moral purpose, reminding us of the extraordinary capacity of the human spirit to rise above adversity. It reinforces our belief that even in the darkest of times, light can prevail, that heroes exist among us, and that good can indeed conquer evil. It's a powerful narrative archetype, isn't it? The hero's journey, culminating in a selfless act that defines their character and offers a beacon of hope to those in dire need. Now, how can we apply the powerful lessons learned from this daring rescue to our own lives, even without the immediate threat of air pirates? Practical application steps for the listener are manifold and surprisingly relevant. Firstly, facing daunting challenges in your own life often requires a similar strategic and meticulous approach. When confronted with a seemingly insurmountable problem, whether it's a complex project at work with tight deadlines, a personal health crisis demanding difficult decisions, or navigating intricate and sometimes difficult family dynamics, take a page from our hero's playbook. Don't rush in blindly, reacting impulsively. Instead, outline the problem meticulously. What are the defenses you need to overcome? Perhaps budgetary constraints, lack of resources, or ingrained habits. What are the hostages you need to protect? Perhaps your own well-being, your professional reputation, or the integrity of your personal relationships. Break the overwhelming challenge down into smaller, manageable, sequential steps. This is your personal planning phase, complete with contingency plans. Secondly, cultivate a mindset of unwavering resolve and embrace the power of teamwork. Just as the rescue team relied on each other's unique skills, specialized expertise, and deep mutual trust, recognize the vital importance of collaboration in your own endeavors. Who are your allies, your colleagues, mentors, friends, or family? Who can offer support, specialized expertise, or a fresh, different perspective? Don't be afraid to ask for help or to strategically delegate tasks. And finally, remember the ethical imperative that drove our heroes. They were driven by the moral conviction to do what was right, to protect the vulnerable. In your daily life, strive to act with integrity, to stand up for what you believe in, and to protect those who might be vulnerable or marginalized. It could be advocating for a colleague who is unfairly treated, supporting a community cause you believe in, or simply offering a kind word and practical help to someone in need. Every act of courage, every selfless gesture, no matter how seemingly small, contributes to creating a safer, more just sky for everyone in your orbit and beyond. Moving on, we soar into the very heart of the storm, the second crucial phase of our climax, the explosive final dogfight over the Atlantic Ocean. If the rescue mission was about stealth, precision, and the quiet determination of human will, this, my friends, is about raw power, sheer skill, unbridled chaos, and the deafening roar of machines pushed to their absolute limits. Picture it vividly, the vast shimmering, mercurial expanse of the Atlantic below, an indifferent and timeless witness to the aerial ballet of destruction unfolding tens of thousands of feet above. The sky, once a boundless symbol of freedom and infinite possibility, transforms instantly into a deadly arena, echoing with the thunderous roar of powerful engines, the terrifying, staccato rhythm of rapidly firing guns, the searing flash of missile launches, and the concussive force of exploding ordnance. This isn't just a battle. It's a maelstrom of metal and fury, a terrifying symphony of destruction. Imagine the intricate, deadly dance of the aircraft, agile interceptors, like predatory hawks, weaving through the contrails they themselves create, their forms glinting dangerously in the sunlight, pitted against the pirates' heavily armed gunships and perhaps even the pirates' own specialized, menacing flagship, a fortress in the sky. The air itself shimmers and distorts with the intense heat of exhaust plumes and the countless trails of spent ammunition. Pilots, pushed to their absolute physical and mental limits by crushing G-forces and the relentless pressure of imminent danger, execute breathtaking maneuvers, defying gravity and the very laws of physics in their desperate struggle for survival and victory. The immense centrifugal force presses them deep into their seats, their vision momentarily tunneling and blurring, every nerve ending screaming with the raw, pure adrenaline of combat. We witness near misses that send shivers down your spine, the metallic screech of wings almost brushing against each other, cannon fire tearing through airframes with sickening ease, engines sputtering, catching fire, and then bursting into spectacular plumes of fiery wreckage and thick, oily smoke. The radio crackles incessantly with urgent commands, desperate warnings, and the grim, unwavering determination of those fighting for their lives and, by extension, the safety of the world below. Each pilot has a clear, singular objective for our heroes. It's to neutralize the pirates' existential threat, to ensure no more innocent lives are tragically lost, to reclaim the pristine, unobstructed skies. For the pirate and their dwindling crew, it's a desperate, ferocious last stand, a final, furious attempt to maintain their illicit dominion, to escape the long arm of justice, to prove their perceived invincibility, even in defeat. It is a clash of wills as much as it is a clash of technologically advanced machines. We see the brilliant glint of sunlight reflecting off polished aluminum, only for it to be momentarily obscured by a billowing cloud of smoke from an exploding engine, a stark reminder of the fragile line between victory and oblivion. The sheer velocity, the sudden, violent changes in direction, the immense G-forces that threaten to tear a body apart. The constant, omnipresent threat of a missile lock or a devastating burst of autocannon fire. It's an overwhelming sensory experience, a true, ultimate test of nerve, skill, and sheer psychological fortitude. Who will outwit whom? Who will make that one critical, fatal mistake? Who has the superior strategy, the greater training, the deeper resolve? These are the agonizing questions that hang heavy in the air, amidst the deafening chaos. For real-world storytelling examples of such intense aerial combat, one immediately thinks of cinematic masterpieces that have defined the genre. Top Gun, Both the original and its breathtaking sequel, Maverick, are quintessential examples, aren't they? They capture the visceral thrill, the high-stakes chess match played out at supersonic speeds, the individual brilliance and daring of the pilots, and the technological marvels of the advanced aircraft. But beyond the pure excitement, these films also powerfully highlight the immense psychological pressure, the split-second life-or-death decisions that must be made, and the profound camaraderie and brotherhood of those who risk everything in the unforgiving skies. Or, for a more historical perspective, consider films depicting the Battle of Britain, where the very fate of a nation literally hung on the desperate dogfights waged high above the English Channel. The sheer courage of the outnumbered pilots, the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, the raw desperation of the defenders, it's a powerful and enduring testament to the indomitable human spirit in the face of existential threat. Even in the realm of science fiction, the iconic space battles from Star Wars, particularly the legendary trench run on the Death Star, echo the very same principles: incredible speed, surgical precision, astronomically high stakes, and a clear, menacing adversary. The core appeal lies in the dynamic and dangerous interplay of individual skill, advanced machine, and sheer, unyielding human will. From a psychological standpoint, why do humans find narratives of combat, especially aerial combat, so utterly compelling and captivating? It's a multifaceted phenomenon. Firstly, there's the sheer, unadulterated adrenaline rush. Our brains are hardwired to respond instantly and powerfully to danger, and observing high-stakes conflict, even from a safe and comfortable distance, triggers a sympathetic physiological response. We feel the tension, the fear, the excitement, the heart-pounding anticipation, without actually being in harm's way ourselves. It's a primal, exhilarating thrill that connects us to our deepest survival instincts. Secondly, it's about the ultimate test of human capability and resilience. A dogfight isn't just about the machine. It is fundamentally about the pilot inside it. It's about their years of rigorous training, their honed instincts, their incredible ability to remain calm under unimaginable pressure, to make life-or-death decisions in fractions of a second. It asks the profound question: how far can human skill, courage, and ingenuity be pushed when everything is on the line? Thirdly, it often serves as a powerful and accessible metaphor for the myriad struggles we face in our own lives. The enemy might be a daunting personal challenge, a relentless professional rival, or an insidious internal conflict. The dogfight becomes a thrilling and relatable representation of our own battles against adversity, pushing us to our perceived limits and forcing us to find our inner strength, resilience, and resourcefulness. Finally, and perhaps most profoundly, these narratives often touch upon universal themes of good versus evil. The clarity of purpose in a combat scenario, especially against a clear and malevolent antagonist like the air pirate, provides a moral compass that deeply resonates with our innate sense of justice and fairness. We want to see the hero prevail, not just for their own sake, but for the restoration of order, safety, and moral balance in the world. It is, in essence, a grand, violent, and deeply human drama that plays out our deepest fears and highest aspirations, offering both thrilling escapism and profound introspection. Now, let's consider the practical application steps for you, the listener, derived from this explosive dogfight. How can you translate the lessons of high-stakes aerial combat into your daily life, even though most of us thankfully won't be engaging in actual dogfights? While the literal context is different, the principles of maintaining composure, adapting quickly, and strategic thinking under pressure are universally valuable and highly transferable. Think about moments when you feel utterly overwhelmed, when multiple urgent demands are coming at you simultaneously, or when you face a challenging and high-stakes negotiation. This, in a metaphorical sense, is your personal dogfight moment. First, cultivate rapid adaptation and flexibility. Pilots must constantly adjust to changing wind conditions, sudden enemy movements, and unexpected technical failures within their own aircraft. In your life, learn to be incredibly flexible and agile. When a meticulously crafted plan goes awry, or an unexpected obstacle suddenly appears, can you pivot quickly and effectively? Can you analyze the new situation, assess its implications, and adjust your strategy without succumbing to panic or inertia? Second, sharpen your skills relentlessly. A pilot's breathtaking precision and mastery of their aircraft are the direct result of countless hours of rigorous training, practice, and continuous refinement. What are the key skills that are absolutely essential for your chosen profession, your personal goals, or even your hobbies? Are you continually practicing and refining them? Are you actively seeking constructive feedback and learning valuable lessons from your near misses or minor setbacks? And third, understand the critical importance of strategic positioning and timing. Just as a pilot seeks the optimal angle for attack or defense, carefully considering their trajectory and the enemy's vulnerabilities, you too can greatly benefit from carefully choosing your moments. When is the absolute best time to present a new idea, to have a difficult but necessary conversation, or to make a critical, high-impact decision? Sometimes, a tactical retreat, a moment of thoughtful observation, or a period of strategic waiting can be infinitely more effective than a head-on, impulsive assault. The dogfight teaches us that victory often comes not from brute force or sheer aggression alone, but from intelligent, skilled, and perfectly timed action. It's about thinking several steps ahead, anticipating potential challenges or opponents' moves, and leveraging every advantage at your disposal, both intellectual and emotional. And so, we arrive at the final, momentous stage of our climax, the third crucial phase, the conclusion of the narrative with a pirate's downfall and the long-awaited restoration of safe skies. The deafening cacophony of the dogfight gradually recedes, slowly fading into the profound, almost spiritual silence of victory, a silence that speaks volumes of the immense struggle just endured and the hard-won peace finally earned. This is the moment of reckoning, the point where justice, delayed but most certainly not denied, finally catches up with the elusive and dangerous air pirate. Imagine the climactic, defining scene. The pirate's formidable airship, once a terrifying symbol of unchallenged power and aerial dominion, now listing heavily, its formidable defenses irrevocably breached, its once powerful engines sputtering weakly, perhaps even slowly, inexorably descending towards the vast, unforgiving waves of the Atlantic Ocean, a mirror reflecting its impending doom. The pirate themselves, cornered, their bravado and arrogance finally giving way to desperation, or perhaps a chilling, fatalistic resignation as their empire crumbles around them. How do they react to being utterly defeated, stripped of their power and prestige? Do they rage against their inevitable fate, unleashing one last desperate act of defiance? Or do they accept the grim reality of the situation, showing a surprising moment of clarity or even vulnerability? It is a deeply revealing moment for any antagonist, showing the true, unvarnished core of their being, stripped bare of power, illusion, and all pretense. Their capture or ultimate demise marks not just the end of an individual, but the complete and utter collapse of an entire reign of terror. A sinister chapter in the history of aviation finally brought to a decisive close. The world holds its collective breath, then collectively exhales in a monumental wave of relief that washes across continents, a universal sigh of gratitude. The immediate aftermath is a flurry of meticulously coordinated activity. The swift and decisive securing of the pirates' disabled vessel, the careful and compassionate evacuation of the remaining hostages and any compliant crew members, the painstaking gathering of vital intelligence, and the rapid, global dissemination of the momentous news. For the protagonists, there is an overwhelming exhaustion that settles deep into their bones, but also an equally overwhelming sense of profound accomplishment, a quiet, deeply personal pride in a mission courageously fulfilled against impossible odds. The consequences for the pirates' crew might be varied, ranging from immediate apprehension and trial to perhaps the rare chance for redemption for those who were coerced or had a change of heart, depending on their individual roles, loyalties, and actions. What is absolutely certain is that their organized reign of terror is unequivocally over, their intricate network irrevocably dismantled, their malevolent influence eradicated from the skies forever. The restoration of safe skies is not just a poetic or symbolic phrase. It has tangible, profound implications for every aspect of global life. Passenger airlines can once again fly their designated routes without the gnawing fear of aerial banditry. International commerce and trade can flow freely and securely through the air, and the vast, intricate aerial highways of our world are no longer subject to arbitrary acts of piracy or terrorism. The psychological impact on global travel, on international trade, and even on the collective psyche of humanity is immense and far-reaching. It's a joyful return to normalcy, but a normalcy imbued with a deeper appreciation for the constant vigilance and security measures required to maintain it. The air, once a terrifying frontier of danger and unpredictability, becomes once more a peaceful pathway of connection, communication, and boundless opportunity, safeguarded by the courageous and selfless actions we've just witnessed. This deep sense of closure is absolutely vital for the emotional arc of the story, allowing both the characters within the narrative and us, the audience, to process the immense journey they have undertaken. the sacrifices made, and the triumph achieved. Consider real-world storytelling examples of such a definitive and satisfying conclusion. The defeat of a major antagonist in any epic saga provides that indispensable cathartic release, doesn't it? Think of Lord Voldemort's final, decisive downfall in the Harry Potter series. The relief is palpable, not just for Harry and his friends, but for the entire wizarding world, and indeed, for us, the devoted readers and listeners, who have invested so much emotional energy into the long and arduous struggle. The subsequent restoration of peace, the arduous but hopeful process of rebuilding, and the quiet moments of reflection after such a monumental conflict are all essential components of a truly satisfying resolution, or, in a more historical context, the capture of a notorious criminal, like the infamous Al Capone, or the dismantling of a large, pervasive criminal organization. The immediate, profound impact on public safety, the deeply ingrained sense of justice finally being served, and the quiet, comforting return to order are all deeply satisfying and reinforce our belief in a structured society. These powerful examples reinforce the fundamental human desire for a just outcome, for the ultimate triumph of order over pervasive chaos. From a psychological perspective, why does this sense of profound closure and the definitive downfall of the villain matter so profoundly to us, the audience? Firstly, it provides immense satisfaction and catharsis. We, as an audience, have invested our emotions, our hopes, our anxieties, and our fears throughout the intricate narrative. To witness the definitive, unequivocal end of the antagonist's reign is to experience a powerful release of accumulated tension and emotional pressure. It's akin to holding your breath for an incredibly long time and then finally being able to exhale fully, deeply, and without constraint. Secondly, it powerfully reinforces our innate moral compass and our understanding of right and wrong. It affirms that actions invariably have consequences, that even the most formidable evil can ultimately be overcome, and that justice, however long it takes, can and will prevail. This bolsters our fundamental belief in an underlying order of the universe, even in the face of widespread chaos and apparent injustice in the real world. Thirdly, it offers a profound sense of hope and a clear pathway forward. The restoration of safe skies signifies a return to equilibrium, a chance for genuine healing, and the opportunity for positive rebuilding. It suggests that even after the most harrowing, traumatic experiences, peace, progress, and a brighter future are indeed possible. This is crucial for our psychological well-being. We need to believe that our struggles have meaningful outcomes and that periods of intense conflict eventually lead to periods of hard-won stability and flourishing. It validates our inherent desire for a better, safer world and empowers us to believe that such a world is not merely a fantasy, but genuinely attainable through unwavering courage, strategic action, and collective will. Now, for the practical application steps from this profound and satisfying conclusion. How can you find closure in your own challenges and actively contribute to creating a safer sky in your own life and environment? Firstly, recognize the critical importance of bringing things to a definitive end. whenever possible. Whether it's a difficult, long-term project, a challenging phase in a personal relationship, or a significant personal goal you've been striving for, seek to achieve a clear, ambiguous conclusion. Don't leave loose ends dangling, if you can help it, as unresolved issues can drain your energy and focus. This conscious act of completion can provide a powerful psychological release, much like the world's palpable relief at the pirate's downfall. It allows you to move forward unburdened, with renewed clarity and purpose. Secondly, learn deeply from the consequences. The pirate's downfall wasn't arbitrary or accidental. It was the direct, inevitable result of their destructive choices and malevolent actions. In your own life, take the necessary time to reflect honestly and deeply on the outcomes of your decisions, both the positive ones and the negative ones. What invaluable lessons can be learned from setbacks, failures, or even unexpected successes? How can you apply these insights and newfound wisdom to future endeavors to create more positive and sustainable outcomes, to effectively build your own metaphorical safer skies? And thirdly, actively contribute to the restoration of safe skies in your own sphere of influence. This doesn't mean fighting actual air pirates, of course, but it means actively working to create a more secure, trustworthy, transparent, and positive environment around you. It could be through fostering open and honest communication in your workplace, volunteering your time and skills in your local community, or simply being a reliable, supportive, and kind presence for your friends, family, and loved ones. Every effort, no matter how seemingly small or localized, to bring order, peace, and security into your immediate world contributes significantly to a larger, more harmonious, and more stable whole. It's about being a conscious force for good, recognizing that the battle against chaos, injustice, and negativity is an ongoing one, but that each individual contribution, however modest, genuinely makes a tangible difference. So, as we conclude our deep dive into the Sky Battle, Part 5 of The Air Pirate, we've journeyed through the exhilarating peaks of confrontation and the ultimate, deeply satisfying relief of resolution. We've explored the meticulous planning and unwavering courage required for the daring rescue mission, understanding its profound psychological resonance and its timeless appeal to our sense of justice. We then plunged headfirst into the very heart of the explosive final dogfight, a terrifying symphony of skill, technology, and pure survival that tested the very limits of our heroes, recognizing its thrilling insights into human resilience, adaptability, and the relentless pursuit of mastery under pressure. And finally, we witnessed the definitive and cathartic downfall of the air pirate and the joyous restoration of safe skies, finding deep meaning in the catharsis of justice served and the promise of a peaceful, secure future for all. This journey, dear listeners, has been far more than just a mere recounting of events. It's been a profound exploration of the human spirit's boundless capacity for bravery, strategic thinking, unwavering determination, and the enduring, universal quest for justice. It underscores, with vivid clarity, that even in the face of the most daunting aerial adversaries and seemingly insurmountable odds, hope, courage, and a collective will to do good can, and ultimately will, prevail. The skies, once threatened by the dark shadow of piracy and fear, are now, at last, free and open, a testament to the extraordinary heroes who dared to fight for them with every fiber of their being. As we bring this thrilling, climactic chapter to a close, remember the thunderous roar of the engines, the dazzling glint of the sun on polished metal, the quiet determination in a hero's eyes, and the profound, peaceful silence that ultimately follows such a monumental victory. The story of the air pirate isn't merely about a single villain. It's about the eternal, epic struggle between order and chaos, between good and evil, and the unwavering conviction that, ultimately, good will always find a way to triumph against all odds. The stage is now perfectly set for a new era, one defined by the invaluable lessons learned, the enduring sacrifices made, and the hard-won peace so dearly achieved. And with that, dear listeners, we transition gracefully from the high-stakes drama and breathtaking action of the sky battle to the calm reflections, new horizons, and promising beginnings that await us in the very next phase of our unforgettable journey. Thank you for soaring with me through these truly unforgettable chapters. Part 6: 7-Day Action Plan Piloting Your Own Life. Welcome back, intrepid listener, to our journey through the skies and the self. We've traversed daring escapes, witnessed strategic brilliance, and delved into the heart of courage and vigilance within the pages of The Air Pirate. Now, as we embark on Part 6, it's time to land those exhilarating lessons directly into the runway of your own life. This chapter, 7-Day Action Plan Piloting Your Own Life, is precisely about that transformation, translating the profound themes of courage, vigilance, and strategy from the novel into actionable, daily steps for you. Think about it. The Air Pirate, whether a figure of daring or defiance, was never a passive observer of their own destiny. They charted courses, anticipated threats, honed their skills, and executed plans with audacious precision. And while you may not be navigating the turbulent skies in a custom-built airship, you are most certainly piloting a vessel of immense importance, your own life. Every decision, every hesitant pause, every bold leap shapes your trajectory. This isn't just about admiring a fictional hero. It's about internalizing their essence and applying it to your unique challenges and aspirations. It's about recognizing that the same strategic thinking, the same unwavering resolve, the same keen observational skills that propelled our protagonist are dormant within you, waiting to be awakened and utilized. Are you ready to take the controls? Let us begin by dissecting this powerful 7-day framework, designed to ignite that inner pilot within you. We'll break it down into 3 distinct phases, each building upon the last, much like the meticulously planned stages of an elaborate air raid or a daring rescue mission. The first phase, encompassing Day 1 and Day 2, is all about charting your course. This foundational stage is dedicated to identifying your biggest personal goals and, crucially, unearthing the often hidden obstacles that stand between you and their realization. Just as a seasoned air navigator plots their journey, considering prevailing winds, potential storms, and the precise coordinates of their destination, you too must gain absolute clarity on where you intend to go and what atmospheric pressures might impede your flight. Consider for a moment the profound impact of true clarity. Without it, we drift, susceptible to every passing current, every fleeting distraction. The air pirate never set off without a meticulously drawn map, an understanding of the terrain, and a clear objective. In your life, what does that map look like? What are the distant horizons that truly stir your soul? Are they career advancements, personal development milestones, creative undertakings, or perhaps a profound shift in your relationships or well-being? Let me offer a real-world example. Imagine Sarah, a brilliant software engineer, who found herself feeling increasingly unfulfilled in her corporate role despite a comfortable salary and good benefits. Her unspoken, almost secret, goal was to start her own independent game development studio. It was a dream she'd harbored since childhood, but it felt colossal, almost ludicrous, to articulate out loud. For years, she'd blamed external factors for her inertia. The market is too saturated, I don't have enough capital, it's too risky. These were her visible obstacles, the towering mountain ranges she saw on her mental map. However, as she began to truly chart her course during her own day 1 and 2, she realized the most formidable obstacles weren't external at all. Through deep introspection and journaling, prompted by questions about her deepest fears, she uncovered a paralyzing fear of failure. What if she poured her heart and soul into a game, and no one bought it? What if she left her stable job and ended up broke, her reputation tarnished? This fear, a hidden, turbulent current, was far more insidious than any market saturation. It manifested as chronic procrastination on her side projects, endless research that never led to action, and a constant search for external validation instead of relying on her own conviction. The perceived lack of capital was merely a convenient shield for her deeper vulnerability. Identifying this fear of failure as her primary, hidden obstacle was a monumental breakthrough. It wasn't about finding more money. It was about confronting her own self-limiting narrative. From a psychological perspective, this process of charting your course and identifying hidden obstacles is incredibly potent. When you clearly define your goals, you engage your brain's reticular activating system, or RARS. This is a network of neurons in the brainstem responsible for filtering out unnecessary information and highlighting what's important. Once you declare a goal, your RAS becomes attuned to opportunities and resources related to that goal, things you might have previously overlooked. It's like turning on a searchlight in a dark room. Suddenly, you notice articles, conversations, and connections that align with your aspirations. Furthermore, acknowledging and naming your hidden obstacles, particularly the internal ones like fear, self-doubt, or perfectionism, is akin to disarming them. When an obstacle remains amorphous, a vague sense of dread or inadequacy, it wields immense power over you, operating in the shadows. But once you bring it into the light, articulate its specific nature, and understand its roots, it transforms from an unconscious saboteur into a conscious challenge you can strategize against. This shift moves you from a passive victim of your circumstances or your internal narratives to an active agent in your own story. It alleviates the cognitive dissonance of knowing what you want but behaving in ways that contradict it, offering a path to alignment between your values and your actions. Is it not empowering to realize that many of the strongest chains binding us are forged in our own minds? So, how do you apply this? For your practical application steps for day 1 and day 2, I urge you to first set aside dedicated, uninterrupted time for reflection. This isn't something you can rush in between meetings or while scrolling through your phone. Find a quiet space, turn off distractions, and truly commit to this internal exploration. Second, engage in journaling with specific prompts. Ask yourself, what's one audacious goal I secretly harbor? One that excites and terrifies me in equal measure. If the air pirate's boundless courage and resources were mine, what seemingly impossible mission would I tackle first? What beliefs, internal whispers, or perceived limitations consistently hold me back when I consider pursuing this goal? What would I regret not trying? Truly and deeply 5, 10, 20 years from now? Be brutally honest with yourself. Dig deep beneath the superficial excuses. Third, consider creating a mind map or a vision board for your primary goal. Visualizing your destination and the path to it can be incredibly motivating and clarifying. What does success look like, feel like, sound like? What are the immediate smaller milestones leading up to it? Fourth, if you feel comfortable, talk to a trusted friend, a mentor, or even a coach. An external perspective can often illuminate blind spots or hidden patterns you might be too close to see yourself. Sometimes, just articulating your goals and fears out loud to another human being gives them a new weight, a new reality. Finally, prioritize. From all the goals that emerge, which one resonates most powerfully with you right now? Which one, if achieved, would create the most significant positive ripple effect in your life? Focus your initial energy on that single, compelling mission. This isn't to say other goals aren't important, but initial focus provides momentum. Moving into the second phase, days 3 through 5 are dedicated to upgrading your skills. The air pirate was never static. They were a master of adaptation, constantly learning new technologies, refining their piloting techniques, and understanding the evolving strategies of their adversaries. Their survival and success depended on their continuous growth and development. In your life, this phase is about either learning a new, tangible tactic that directly supports your goals, or, just as critically, fortifying your mental resilience against the inevitable setbacks and turbulence you will encounter. Think about it. Once your course is charted, you realize you might need a new compass, a more powerful engine, or even a better understanding of meteorology. What skills or fortifications do you currently lack that are essential for your identified mission? Perhaps it's a technical skill like coding, advanced data analysis, or a specific design software. Or maybe it's a more interpersonal tactic like negotiation, public speaking, effective networking, or even simply better time management. And on the flip side, Perhaps your greatest need is not a new external skill, but an internal strengthening, the ability to bounce back from criticism, to persevere through prolonged difficulty, or to maintain a positive outlook when plans inevitably go awry. Let me share another story. Mark was an aspiring writer who had, on day 1 and 2, clearly articulated his goal to complete and publish his first novel. His hidden obstacle was not talent, but a crippling lack of discipline and a profound fear of rejection. He'd start projects with enthusiasm, but the moment he hit a difficult plot point or received lukewarm feedback from a bitter reader, he'd abandon the manuscript for months, sometimes years. He needed to upgrade his skills in 2 key areas: practical writing productivity tactics, and mental resilience against creative blocks and criticism. On day 3, Mark didn't just sit down to write. He researched various writing methods, delving into techniques like the Pomodoro technique for focused work sessions, methods for outlining complex plots, and even strategies for generating new ideas when inspiration waned. He invested in a course on creative writing that offered practical exercises and peer feedback. On day 4 and 5, he actively worked on his mental resilience. He started a daily meditation practice, focusing on acceptance and non-judgment towards his own thoughts. He journaled about his fears of rejection, dissecting them, and exploring how other authors he admired had navigated similar challenges. He also sought out a supportive writing community, not just for critiques, but for camaraderie and encouragement, realizing that facing potential setbacks didn't mean facing them alone. By focusing on both the external tactics of writing and the internal fortification of his mindset, he was equipping himself for the long, often arduous, journey of authorship. He was building his personal airship, piece by painstaking piece, ensuring its structure could withstand both the gales of creative struggle and the impact of critical feedback. Psychologically, this skill upgrade phase is deeply rooted in the concept of a growth mindset, famously articulated by Carol Dweck. A growth mindset is the belief that your abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. It stands in stark contrast to a fixed mindset, which assumes these qualities are static. When you actively seek to upgrade your skills, you are embodying a growth mindset, telling your brain, and indeed the universe, that you are capable of evolution. This belief alone dramatically increases your willingness to learn and persist. Furthermore, the brain's neuroplasticity means that learning literally rewires your neural pathways. Every new skill acquired, every new piece of information integrated, physically changes your brain, making you more adaptable, more intelligent, more capable. This isn't merely metaphorical. It's a biological reality. Deliberate practice, focusing on areas where you are weakest and pushing slightly beyond your comfort zone, accelerates this rewiring process. Regarding mental resilience, it acts as an emotional immune system. When fortified, it allows you to weather criticism, rebound from failure, and maintain focus in the face of adversity without succumbing to despair or paralysis. It's built on self-efficacy, the belief in your own ability to succeed in specific situations, and also unrealistic optimism, the capacity to see challenges as temporary and solvable. Small wins during this skill-building phase are critical. They validate your efforts and build momentum, telling your subconscious, "I can do this. I am capable of learning and growing." So, for your practical application steps for day 3, 4, and 5, I suggest the following. First, identify 1 or 2 specific skill gaps that, if addressed, would most directly advance your primary goal from day 1 and 2. Is it a technical skill? A communication skill? A leadership skill? Be precise. Second, actively research resources. This might involve enrolling in an online course, purchasing a specialized book, listening to relevant podcasts, seeking out a mentor, or attending a workshop. The information is out there. Your mission is to find and consume it deliberately. Third, dedicate a specific, manageable amount of time each day to skill development. Even 30 minutes of focused learning or practice can yield significant results over time. Consistency trumps intensity in the long run. Block it out in your calendar. Treat it as a non-negotiable appointment with your future self. Fourth, don't just consume information. Actively practice and apply what you learn. Reading a book on public speaking is one thing. Practicing in front of a mirror, recording yourself, or joining a Toastmasters group is another entirely. The air pirate didn't just read manuals. They flew. Fifth, for fortifying mental resilience, incorporate practices like daily mindfulness meditation to enhance emotional regulation, or regular journaling specifically focused on reframing challenges, expressing gratitude, and practicing positive self-talk. Seek out a community or accountability partner who can offer support and perspective when you hit roadblocks. Understand that setbacks are not failures, but valuable data points for course correction. Now we arrive at the exhilarating final phase. Days 6 and 7 launch your mission. This is where the rubber meets the road, or more accurately, where the airship finally lifts off the ground. After charting your course and upgrading your skills, these 2 days are dedicated to taking one bold, decisive action you have been putting off. This is not just about making a plan. It's about executing, about breaking the inertia, about committing. The air pirate never hesitated when the moment of truth arrived. Their plans, however elaborate, were ultimately designed for action. Why is this bold, decisive action so crucial? Because knowledge without application is merely potential. Many of us fall into the trap of endless planning, perpetual learning, and continuous strategizing, all while fearing the actual leap. This is often where dreams go to languish, encased in a perfectly crafted but never launched blueprint. The air pirate understood that the greatest risk was often inaction, allowing opportunities to pass or threats to grow stronger due to delay. Consider the story of David, an aspiring entrepreneur who, after months of meticulous research and skill development learning about marketing, website building, and product photography, had a fully conceptualized plan for launching his artisanal coffee subscription box service. He had identified his niche, sourced his beans, designed his packaging, and even set up his e-commerce platform. Yet, for weeks, the launch button remained unclicked. He'd tweak descriptions, reorganize product photos, and constantly fret over minor details. His hidden obstacle, identified in his own day one, was a deep-seated perfectionism intertwined with a fear of judgment. What if his website wasn't perfect? What if his first customers hated the coffee? What if his branding wasn't as sleek as bigger companies? His bold, decisive action for day 6 was simply to hit publish on his website. Not perfectly, not flawlessly, but good enough to start. He set an arbitrary deadline for Saturday evening, day 6, he told his wife, making himself accountable. He visualized the act of clicking the button and the relief that would follow. And when the time came, with a deep breath and a surge of nervous adrenaline, he did it. The sky didn't fall. The website went live. The immediate result wasn't a flood of orders, but an overwhelming sense of liberation and accomplishment. He had moved from contemplating flight to actually taking to the air, however tentatively. That single click was the catalyst that transformed a dream into a nascent reality. From a psychological standpoint, this launch phase directly confronts the fear of initiation, often termed analysis paralysis. The human brain, in its attempt to protect us from potential harm or failure, can keep us trapped in an endless loop of overthinking and procrastination. Taking action, especially a bold, decisive one, breaks this cycle. It creates momentum. Once you move, even a small amount, the universe seems to conspire to help you forward. The anxiety that often accompanies anticipation is frequently much worse than the experience of doing the thing itself. Think about that difficult conversation you might be dreading. Isn't the worry leading up to it often more draining than the actual talk? The regret of inaction is also a powerful motivator here. Studies consistently show that people tend to regret the things they didn't do far more deeply than the things they did do, even if those actions led to less than ideal outcomes. Why? Because actions, even failed ones, provide experience, learning, and closure. Inaction leaves an open wound of what-ifs. This final step is about choosing the potential regret of an imperfect attempt over the guaranteed regret of never having tried at all. It's about committing to a chosen path, even if it's just the first few steps, and allowing the universe to respond to your declared intention. So, for your practical application steps for day 6 and day 7, here's how to successfully launch your mission. First, revisit your primary goal and the obstacles you've identified. What is the single most impactful action you could take right now that would propel you forward, even if it feels a little daunting? This action should be directly linked to the goal you articulated on day 1. It shouldn't be another planning step, but an actual doing step. Second, break down that action into the smallest possible, achievable first step. If your bold action is launch my new consulting business, that's too big for one step. The first decisive action might be send an email to my first potential client to schedule an introductory call or officially register my business name. Make it concrete, discrete, and undeniably actionable within a day or two. The goal isn't perfection. It's initiation. Third, set a firm, non-negotiable deadline for this action. Commit to completing it by the end of day 7, no matter what. This external deadline creates a sense of urgency and helps combat procrastination. Fourth, tell someone about your commitment. Share your specific, decisive action with a trusted friend, family member, or your accountability partner. The act of voicing your intention publicly, even to one person, significantly increases your likelihood of following through. Fifth, visualize success. Spend some time imagining yourself completing that decisive action and the positive feelings that come with it. See yourself successfully initiating that difficult conversation, hitting send on that important email, or making that first public presentation. Feel the sense of accomplishment and relief. Finally, and most importantly, take the leap. Do it imperfectly if necessary. Embrace the mantra of done is better than perfect. Understand that this is just the beginning of your journey, not the culmination. Prepare for potential bumps along the way, but commit to learning from them rather than being paralyzed by them. The courage isn't in the absence of fear, but in moving forward in spite of it. Go ahead, press that launch button. Feel the engines ignite. Feel the lift. And so, we bring our 7-day action plan to a close, not as a final destination, but as a robust, revitalizing cycle. We've moved from introspection and clarity on day 1 and 2 through skill acquisition and mental fortification on day 3, 4, and 5, to the powerful act of launching your mission on day 6 and 7. This framework is not a one-time exercise. It's a blueprint for continuous growth, a mindset you can revisit every time you feel yourself drifting, every time a new challenge arises, or every time a new, exciting goal calls to you from the horizon. Just like the air pirate, your journey is one of perpetual adaptation, learning, and courageous action. You are the pilot of your own magnificent life, capable of navigating any storm, ascending to incredible heights, and charting a course that is uniquely, authentically yours. Embrace your inner air pirate. Be vigilant in charting your course, strategic in upgrading your skills, and courageous in launching your missions. The sky, or rather, your boundless potential, awaits. As we conclude this crucial chapter on personal action and empowerment, remember that this individual journey of self-piloting is intrinsically linked to the broader world around us. Your courage, your vigilance, your strategic thinking are not isolated acts. They ripple outwards, affecting your community, your environment, and ultimately, the future we'd all share. In our next section, we will delve deeper into how this personal agency contributes to a larger tapestry, exploring the societal implications of individual daring and collective responsibility, moving from the individual cockpit to the vast expanse of the world beyond. Your personal mission is but one vital thread in the grand design, and understanding its connection to the larger whole will unlock even deeper meaning and purpose. Your personal mission is but one vital thread in the grand design, and understanding its connection to the larger whole will unlock even deeper meaning and purpose. Now, as we stand on the precipice of this understanding, the crucial question emerges: how do we translate the grand, inspiring narrative of the air pirate, its themes of courage, vigilance, and strategy from the pages of a novel into the practical, pulsing reality of your everyday life? How do we move beyond appreciation and into application? This isn't just about admiring a fictional hero. It's about embodying the spirit of that hero in your own journey. It's about recognizing that the skies the air pirate navigated, fraught with peril and opportunity, are not so different from the complex landscapes of our modern lives. The enemies he faced, the monolithic powers, the entrenched interests, the forces of stagnation, have their echoes in our own personal and professional challenges. The daunting project, the difficult conversation, the creative block, the systemic hurdles that seem too big to overcome, and the courage, vigilance, and strategic acumen he displayed are not arcane secrets, but universal principles waiting to be activated within you. This is where your 7-day action plan, piloting your own life, comes into play. It's designed as a practical, hands-on journey, a week-long immersion into the mindset of a true innovator and game-changer. Think of it as your personal flight school, a series of deliberate steps to help you chart your course, upgrade your skills, and ultimately launch your mission with the daring and precision of the air pirate himself. We're going to break down his heroic qualities into actionable, bite-sized tasks, moving you from intention to impact, from dreaming to doing. Let's begin with day 1 and day 2. Chart your course. Just as the air pirate would meticulously plan his flight paths, studying maps, wind currents, and enemy patrol routes, your first task is to define your own territory and understand its contours. This means identifying your biggest personal goals. Don't just think about what you want to do. Think about who you want to become. What is the grand vision for your life? What legacy do you wish to build? Are these goals professional aspirations, a new career path, a significant project completion, mastering a complex skill, or are they deeply personal, cultivating healthier relationships, achieving a state of inner peace, embarking on a creative endeavor you've long postponed? Be specific, be ambitious, but also be honest with yourself. Envision your ideal future as clearly as an architect draws a blueprint. Use journaling, mind mapping, or even just quiet reflection to truly articulate these ambitions. Consider the air pirate's goals, not just to fly, but to reclaim freedom, to challenge oppressive systems, to inspire a movement. What are your equivalent high-stakes objectives? Once your goals are clearly outlined, the next crucial step in charting your course is identifying the hidden obstacles in your way. These are not always external forces. Often, the most formidable barriers reside within us. Are they fears of failure, or perhaps fear of success? Are they deeply ingrained limiting beliefs that tell you you're not capable, not worthy, or not smart enough? Is it procrastination, a lack of self-discipline, or a tendency to get bogged down in perfectionism? These internal saboteurs, like unseen storm clouds, can ground your mission before it even begins. External obstacles also demand your attention. Resource limitations, time constraints, the opinions of others, or even systemic biases. The air pirate didn't just face the visible fleets of the oppressors. He navigated political landscapes, technological limitations, and the skepticism of a world that didn't believe in his vision. Your task is to perform a thorough reconnaissance of your own personal landscape. Ask yourself, what has stopped me from achieving this before? What potential pitfalls do I foresee? What assumptions am I making that might not be true? By illuminating these hidden obstacles, you transform them from unknown threats into identifiable challenges, making them manageable targets for your strategic planning. Moving into Day 3, Day 4, and Day 5, we transition from charting to upgrading. Upgrade your skills. The air pirate was a master of adaptation and innovation. He wasn't just a pilot. He was an engineer, a tactician, a visionary who continuously refined his craft and invented new methods to outmaneuver his adversaries. He knew that stagnant skills lead to certain defeat. In your own life, this means consciously devoting time to learning a new tactic or fortifying your mental resilience against setbacks. What new tactic could significantly advance your goals? This isn't about aimlessly acquiring knowledge. It's about strategic skill development. Perhaps it's learning a new software that streamlines your workflow, mastering a communication technique to navigate difficult conversations more effectively, delving into negotiation strategies to better advocate for yourself or your projects, or even exploring advanced time management methods like batching or the Pomodoro technique to maximize your productivity. It could be a creative tactic, a new painting technique, a writing style, or a musical theory that unlocks new expressions. Dedicate these days to focused learning. This might involve enrolling in an online course, devouring a relevant book, seeking out a mentor, or simply dedicating an hour each day to deliberate practice in an area you've identified as a weak point or a significant opportunity for growth. Think about the air pirate meticulously studying blueprints, experimenting with new propulsion systems, or refining his aerial maneuvers. He understood that continuous improvement wasn't a luxury, but a necessity for survival and success. Equally critical during these days is fortifying your mental resilience against setbacks. No journey of significance is without its turbulence, and the air pirate certainly faced his share of near disasters and crushing defeats. Yet, his spirit remained unbroken. How do we cultivate that level of grit and fortitude? This involves building a mental toolkit for navigating adversity. Practice mindfulness or meditation to observe your thoughts and emotions without being overwhelmed by them. Develop a reframing technique where you consciously seek the lesson or opportunity within every perceived failure, rather than dwelling on the disappointment. Build a strong support network, people who believe in you, who can offer perspective, and who will lift you up when you stumble. Engage in stress-reducing activities, be it exercise, spending time in nature, or creative pursuits. Remind yourself that resilience isn't about avoiding failure, but about your capacity to recover from it. to learn, and to keep moving forward. It's about developing the inner strength to weather the storms, just as a seasoned pilot knows how to navigate treacherous weather. Use these 3 days to actively practice these techniques, making them habits rather than reactions. Finally, we arrive at day 6 and day 7. Launch your mission. After charting your course and upgrading your skills, it's time to take flight. All the planning, all the learning, all the preparation culminates in this, taking one bold, decisive action you have been putting off. This isn't about being reckless. It's about being courageous and strategic. It's about recognizing that even the most brilliant strategy is useless without execution. What is that one action that, if taken, would create the most momentum, break the biggest logjam, or overcome the most significant psychological barrier? Is it sending that difficult email? Making that uncomfortable phone call? Starting that side project you've been dreaming about for months, or even years? Is it signing up for that class, applying for that job, or having that long overdue conversation that you know needs to happen? This action should be significant enough to feel like a genuine launch, a step that clearly moves you from planning to active engagement, a departure from the safety of the hangar into the open sky. The air pirate never hesitated when the moment of truth arrived. His decisive actions, his daring raids, his strategic interventions weren't taken lightly, but once decided, they were executed with unwavering conviction. This bold action is your opportunity to prove to yourself that you are indeed the pilot of your own life. It's about overcoming the inertia that so often keeps us grounded, trapped in analysis paralysis or fear of the unknown. Commit to this action, schedule it, and then execute it with the full force of your newfound clarity and fortified resilience. Don't overthink it at this stage. Trust your preparation and your inner compass. The act of taking that single, decisive step often unlocks a cascade of subsequent actions, building momentum and proving that the biggest barrier was often just the initial leap of faith. This 7-day plan isn't a magical fix. It's a framework, a catalyst for transformation. It's designed to help you internalize the lessons of courage, vigilance, and strategy from the air pirate and apply them to the unique challenges and opportunities of your own existence. Each day builds upon the last, moving you closer to becoming the architect and pilot of your destiny. Embrace these steps not as rigid rules, but as guiding principles, much like a seasoned aviator relies on their instruments and their instincts. As you embark on this journey, remember, the true power lies not just in completing these tasks, but in cultivating the mindset behind them. It's about adopting the air pirate's relentless spirit of inquiry, his unshakable belief in possibility, and his unwavering commitment to action in the service of a greater purpose. Your personal mission is unfolding, and with each conscious step, you are not just flying your own life. You are contributing to that larger tapestry, shaping your environment, and ultimately influencing the future we all share. Go forth, chart your course, upgrade your skills, and launch your mission with the daring heart of an air pirate. The skies are truly limitless when you dare to take the controls. Part 7: The Summary. Welcome, esteemed listener, to the penultimate chapter of our shared journey through the high-flying escapades and profound revelations of the air pirate. As we arrive at Part 7, appropriately titled The Summary, it's time to take a moment to pause our breathtaking ascent and to look back across the vast expanse of adventure we have traversed together. This isn't merely a quick rundown of events. Think of it as a panoramic view from the highest cloud, offering a unique perspective on the intricate tapestry of plot, character, and meaning that has unfolded beneath us. It's an opportunity to consolidate the thrills, to solidify the insights, and to truly appreciate the lessons etched into the very fabric of this extraordinary tale. For indeed, what is a journey, however grand, without a moment of reflection upon its path? What is a story, however captivating, without an understanding of its deeper resonance? We've soared through daring skies, navigated treacherous alliances, and witnessed the clash of brilliant minds and unwavering wills. Now, we gather the scattered fragments of experience and weave them into a coherent whole, not just to recall what happened, but to understand why it mattered, and critically, why it matters to you, the listener, in your own unfolding narrative. This chapter is designed to crystallize the essence of the air pirate, transforming fleeting moments of excitement into enduring wisdom, a mental map you can carry forward long after our final landing. It is about distilling the potent spirit of the adventure, allowing its profound lessons to infuse your own perspective on courage, innovation, and ethical decision-making. Our first order of business, a truly exhilarating task, is to provide a rapid-fire recap of the most thrilling plot twists that kept us on the edge of our seats, breath-held, wondering what audacious maneuver the air pirate would execute next, or what unforeseen peril our protagonists would encounter. Do you remember the initial mystery? The unsettling whispers of entire sky lanes disappearing without a trace, igniting the fervent hunt for the elusive aerial marauder. It was a chase that began not with a bang, but with a chilling silence, a void in the azure expanse where bustling trade routes once thrived. The audacity of these initial strikes, the sheer insolence of challenging the established order of the skies, immediately hooked us, didn't it? We then plunged headfirst into the adrenaline-fueled pursuit, a dizzying ballet of cutting-edge airships weaving through impossible canyons and darting above churning tempests. Picture again the incredible tension of that first direct confrontation, where our heroes, perhaps the intrepid Captain Eva Ristover and her steadfast crew, first locked eyes, or at least their radars gaze, with the legendary silhouette of the Zephyr, the pirate's flagship. The ensuing aerial dogfights weren't just clashes of steel and energy. They were intricate chess matches played at dizzying altitudes, each evasive maneuver and retaliatory strike a testament to the skill and desperation on both sides. Consider, too, the stunning reveal of the true identity of the air pirate. Was it the charismatic revolutionary fighting against oppressive corporate power, or the bitter visionary seeking revenge for a forgotten injustice? Perhaps it was a figure far more complex, a person whose motivations blurred the lines between hero and villain, whose actions, though destructive, stemmed from a profound, albeit twisted, sense of purpose. This unmasking wasn't a simple reveal. It was an earthquake that shifted our entire understanding of the conflict, compelling us to reevaluate every prior assumption. And what of the unexpected alliances forged in the crucible of escalating danger? The moment when long-standing adversaries were forced to unite against a greater, unforeseen threat, their former animosities momentarily eclipsed by a shared imperative for survival. Or the crushing blow of betrayal, a plot twist that resonated deeply because it came from within, from someone trusted, someone whose motives seemed beyond reproach until the bitter truth was laid bare. This betrayal, wasn't it a dagger to the very heart of the narrative, a chilling reminder that not all threats descend from the sky, but can fester silently in the shadows of our closest bonds? The stakes continued to escalate, didn't they, leading us to that climactic, earth-shattering confrontation in a forgotten cloud city, or perhaps high above the world's most vulnerable metropolis. The fate of entire civilizations, the balance of power, the very definition of justice, all hung precariously in the balance as the final, desperate gambits were played out. These plot twists, these narrative accelerants, weren't just for show. They served as the pulsating heart of the story, injecting it with urgency and profound meaning. Now, to put this into a real-world storytelling context, think about how masterful filmmakers or seasoned raconteurs recount a truly captivating series of events. Imagine sitting enthralled as someone describes their journey through a treacherous wilderness, emphasizing not just the difficult terrain, but the sudden, unexpected encounter with a rare creature, the moment their compass failed in a critical storm, or the shocking discovery of an ancient, forgotten ruin. They don't just list events. They highlight the moments that defied expectation, the points where the narrative pivoted dramatically. Think of the way an epic saga like Star Wars keeps its audience riveted. Luke's true parentage, the destruction of Alderaan, Han Solo's redemption, Vader's turn at the end of Return of the Jedi. Each of these wasn't just an event. It was a carefully constructed twist designed to maximize emotional impact and propel the story forward into unforeseen territory. Similarly, consider the structure of a truly compelling true crime documentary, where initial assumptions are systematically dismantled by new evidence, leading to a shocking and often unsettling revelation about motive or perpetrator. The power lies in the reveal, in the unexpected shift that forces a complete reevaluation of what you thought you knew. Psychologically speaking, why do these rapid-fire plot twists, these narrative accelerants, matter so profoundly to us as listeners? They tap directly into our innate human curiosity and our cognitive need to constantly update our understanding of the world. Our brains are hardwired to detect patterns, to predict outcomes, and when a story cleverly subverts those predictions, it triggers a cascade of psychological responses. The surprise associated with a genuine twist releases dopamine, making the experience pleasurable and memorable. It challenges our assumptions, forcing us to actively engage with the narrative, to mentally reconstruct the puzzle pieces. This active engagement prevents passive listening. It demands our attention, keeps us guessing, and creates a sense of delicious suspense. Furthermore, these twists often reflect the unpredictable nature of life itself. We crave stories that mirror the unexpected turns and challenges we face in our own existences, offering a safe space to explore uncertainty and adapt to new information. When a protagonist is blindsided by a betrayal or an unforeseen obstacle, we feel a pang of recognition, an echo of our own experiences with life's capricious nature. It helps us process ambiguity and reinforces the idea that even the most meticulously planned ventures can be derailed by the unknown. So, how can you, the discerning listener, practically apply this understanding of plot twists to your own life? Firstly, cultivate an open mind and a readiness for the unexpected. In your daily life, much like a good story, there will be moments that defy your current expectations, whether they are minor inconveniences or significant life changes. Instead of resisting them, try to approach them with the same curiosity and analytical spirit you apply to a captivating fictional narrative. Ask yourself, what new information does this unexpected event provide? Or how does this change my understanding of the situation? Secondly, practice identifying the plot twists in your personal and professional journey. These could be career changes, new relationships, sudden challenges, or even unforeseen opportunities. How did you react to these pivotal moments? What strategies did you employ? Reflecting on these real-life twists can reveal patterns in your decision-making and your resilience. And thirdly, when you are telling your own stories, whether to friends, family, or colleagues, embrace the power of the unexpected. Don't just present a dry sequence of events. Instead, focus on the moments of genuine surprise, the revelations, the turning points. How can you structure your own anecdotes to build suspense and deliver a satisfying emotional payoff, making your experiences more engaging and memorable for your audience? By doing so, you not only become a better storyteller, but you also learn to appreciate the dynamic, unpredictable narrative of your own life with fresh eyes. Moving beyond the sheer exhilaration of the plot, we arrive at the profound intellectual core of The Air Pirate, a theme that resonates with growing intensity in our modern world. The intricate and often precarious balance between technological progress and moral responsibility. The narrative of The Air Pirate is steeped in an era of astounding invention, where magnificent airships pierced the clouds, advanced weaponry redefined conflict, and scientific breakthroughs promised a new golden age. Yet, as we witnessed, this very progress was a double-edged sword. The dazzling technology that allowed for unprecedented feats of travel, communication, and engineering also enabled breathtaking destruction, sophisticated espionage, and the potential for unparalleled control over populations. The air pirate themselves, regardless of their ultimate motivations, utilized cutting-edge innovations to challenge existing power structures, sometimes with chaotic and devastating consequences. Conversely, the authorities attempting to apprehend them often found themselves resorting to equally advanced and morally ambiguous countermeasures. Consider the characters who grappled most acutely with this dilemma. Was it the brilliant but perhaps misguided inventor whose creations were hijacked for nefarious purposes, or the principled scientist who foresaw the ethical quagmire inherent in their discoveries and fought to control their deployment, or the leader, burdened by the weight of decision, who had to weigh the benefits of rapid technological advancement against the potential for widespread societal harm. The story forced us to ask crucial questions. Is knowledge inherently good, or is its value inextricably linked to its application? Does the pursuit of progress automatically justify its means? And who ultimately bears the responsibility when revolutionary technology falls into the wrong hands, or when its intended purpose is perverted? The utopian promises of a world transformed by invention often clashed starkly with the dystopian realities that unfolded when human fallibility, greed, or ambition entered the equation. We saw how the very tools designed to uplift humanity could, in the absence of robust ethical frameworks, be twisted into instruments of oppression or destruction. The high-flying machines, symbols of human ingenuity, also became harbingers of aerial terror, and the sophisticated surveillance systems, meant to ensure peace, risked obliterating privacy. To ground this powerful theme in a real-world storytelling example, we need look no further than the historical narratives surrounding truly transformative technologies. Consider the development of nuclear power and weaponry. The initial scientific breakthroughs were monumental, promising limitless energy and ushering in a new era of physics. Yet, the creation of the atomic bomb, a direct consequence of this research, forced humanity to confront its profound moral responsibility in wielding such immense power. The scientists of the Manhattan Project, individuals of extraordinary intellect, were thrust into an unprecedented ethical dilemma. J. Robert Oppenheimer famously quoted the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds," expressing the chilling realization of the destructive potential they had unleashed. Their story isn't just about scientific achievement. It's about the agonizing struggle with the moral implications of their creation. Fast forward to our current era, and we see similar debates unfolding around artificial intelligence. It promises to revolutionize medicine, transportation, and problem-solving, offering incredible potential for human advancement. However, ethical concerns regarding job displacement, autonomous weapons, data privacy, bias in algorithms, and the potential for a loss of human control are paramount. The narratives emerging from AI development are a continuous, evolving story of technological progress clashing with urgent moral questions, mirroring the very dilemmas posed in The Air Pirate. From a psychological perspective, why does this theme of technological progress versus moral responsibility resonate so deeply within us? It taps into fundamental human anxieties and hopes about the future. We are inherently drawn to innovation, to the promise of easier lives, greater capabilities, and the expansion of our understanding. This drive for progress is a powerful human motivator. However, we also possess a deeply ingrained sense of self-preservation and a capacity for empathy, which compels us to consider the potential negative consequences of our actions, both individually and collectively. The theme creates cognitive dissonance, forcing us to reconcile our desire for advancement with our moral compass. It challenges our belief in unchecked innovation, compelling us to critically evaluate not just the can we but the should we. This tension speaks to our innate need for meaning and purpose beyond mere efficiency or power. It forces us to define what kind of future we want to build and what values we wish to preserve. Furthermore, it evokes our collective memory of past technological missteps, reminding us that with great power comes great responsibility, a lesson learned repeatedly throughout human history, often at great cost. It is a constant reminder that human wisdom must strive to keep pace with human ingenuity. So, how can you, the thoughtful listener, apply this crucial lesson in your everyday life? Firstly, cultivate a critical and ethical lens through which to view new technologies. When you encounter a new app, a new gadget, or hear about a scientific breakthrough, don't just consider its convenience or its potential benefits. Ask yourself, what are the unintended consequences? Who benefits, and who might be harmed? What data is being collected, and how might it be used? Does this innovation align with my personal values and the values I believe should govern society? Become an informed consumer and a thoughtful citizen in the digital age. Secondly, advocate for ethical considerations in technological development within your spheres of influence. Whether it's in your workplace, your community, or through broader civic engagement, raise questions and voice concerns when you see technological advancements proceeding without adequate moral reflection. Support initiatives that champion responsible innovation, data privacy, and the equitable distribution of technological benefits. Thirdly, reflect on your own use of technology. Are you using your devices and platforms responsibly? Are you mindful of your digital footprint, your interactions online, and the information you consume and share? Understanding your individual moral responsibility in a technologically advanced world is the first step towards contributing to a more ethically sound future. It's about being a conscious participant, not merely a passive recipient, in the ongoing story of human progress. And now, for our final, and perhaps most personally empowering, core theme, the reminder of your own inherent capacity for everyday bravery. Throughout The Air Pirate, we witnessed characters performing astonishing acts of courage, facing down armed adversaries in impossible aerial maneuvers, making life-or-death decisions under immense pressure, standing firm against overwhelming odds. These grand, heroic gestures are certainly inspiring, aren't they? But the story, at its heart, whispers a more subtle yet equally profound truth. Bravery isn't exclusively reserved for the battlefields of the sky or the dramatic confrontations with masked villains. True courage manifests in countless forms, many of which are quiet, unassuming, and deeply personal, woven into the fabric of our daily lives. Think about the different facets of bravery. There's the physical courage to face danger, yes, but there's also the moral courage to speak truth to power, to stand up for what is right even when it is unpopular or difficult. There's the emotional courage to admit vulnerability, to seek help, or to forgive, both others and oneself. There's the intellectual courage to challenge long-held beliefs, to learn something new, or to pursue a difficult and uncertain dream. And there's the quiet, enduring courage of perseverance, the resilience to keep going in the face of setbacks, disappointments, and prolonged struggles. The characters in The Air Pirate demonstrated many of these facets. Perhaps the young engineer who, despite their fear, worked tirelessly to repair a critical system under enemy fire exhibited physical bravery. But what about the seasoned captain who had to make the agonizing decision to sacrifice a part of their fleet to save the whole, bearing the weight of that choice with stoicism? That's a form of moral and emotional courage, a profound and heavy form of leadership. Or the seemingly minor character who, by refusing to give up a piece of vital information under duress, quietly shifted the balance of power. Their action, though unsung, was a testament to unwavering moral fortitude. The story, therefore, isn't just about the extraordinary. It's about illuminating the extraordinary potential within the ordinary, showing us that the spirit of heroism resides not just in grand theatrics, but in the countless moments where we choose courage over comfort, integrity over convenience. To illustrate this with a real-world storytelling example, let's move beyond the cinematic heroics and consider the narratives of everyday bravery that often go untold but shape our world profoundly. Think of the quiet defiance of Rosa Parks, whose refusal to give up her seat on a bus was not a dramatic aerial battle, but an act of profound moral courage that ignited a civil rights movement. Her bravery wasn't about physical confrontation, but about unwavering principle in the face of systemic injustice. Or consider the everyday bravery of a teacher who dedicates their life to educating children in challenging circumstances, day in and day out, facing apathy, limited resources, and sometimes hostility, yet never giving up on their students' potential. That is a form of enduring, patient courage. Think of the entrepreneur who risks everything, facing financial uncertainty and the skepticism of others, to pursue an innovative idea they passionately believe in. That is intellectual and emotional bravery, the courage to step into the unknown. Or the individual who finally gathers the strength to leave an unhealthy relationship or to admit a personal struggle to a loved one, opening themselves up to vulnerability and the arduous path of healing. These are not acts that garner headlines, but they are seismic shifts in personal narratives, requiring immense inner strength and a profound commitment to one's own well-being and authenticity. Each of these stories, mundane as they might appear next to a sky pirate's exploits, is a testament to the diverse and powerful forms that human bravery can take. From a psychological perspective, why does this reminder of our own capacity for everyday bravery hold such immense significance? It directly combats feelings of powerlessness and insignificance that can sometimes creep into our modern lives. When we read or hear about grand heroic deeds, there's often a temptation to believe that such courage is reserved for a select few, for those born with extraordinary gifts or placed in extraordinary circumstances. This theme shatters that misconception, democratizing heroism. It empowers us by reframing bravery as something achievable, relatable, and deeply human, accessible to everyone, not just the fictionalized few. This recognition fosters self-efficacy, the belief in one's own ability to succeed in specific situations or accomplish a task. When we acknowledge our own moments of courage, however small, we build a reservoir of inner strength and confidence. It encourages resilience, teaching us that facing challenges, even minor ones, is a continuous process of growth. It also promotes positive action, as recognizing our capacity for bravery makes us more likely to step forward when confronted with difficult decisions or opportunities for growth. It validates the struggles we face, assuring us that the small battles we fight daily, the tiny acts of courage we display, are just as meaningful in their own context as any high-stakes confrontation in a fictional sky. It encourages us to find the hero within ourselves, not by waiting for a grand adventure, but by embracing the quiet challenges of our daily existence. So, for you, the thoughtful listener, how can you practically apply this profound understanding of everyday bravery? Firstly, begin by consciously identifying and celebrating your own moments of courage. Take a few moments each week to reflect. When did you speak up when it was hard? When did you try something new despite fear of failure? When did you admit a mistake or apologize? When did you persevere through a difficult task or a challenging conversation? Acknowledging these small victories builds a powerful sense of self-worth and competence. Don't dismiss them as insignificant. They are the building blocks of true resilience. Secondly, actively seek out opportunities for everyday bravery. This doesn't mean jumping out of an airplane unless you want to. Of course, it might mean initiating that difficult but necessary conversation with a family member or colleague. It could involve taking on a new responsibility at work that pushes you outside your comfort zone. It might be signing up for a class to learn a new skill you've always wanted to master, despite the initial awkwardness. Or perhaps it's simply setting a boundary, saying no when you feel overwhelmed, or saying yes to a new adventure, however small it may seem. Each conscious step outside your comfort zone is an act of bravery, expanding your personal boundaries and strengthening your resolve. And thirdly, practice self-compassion when you inevitably fall short. Bravery isn't about the absence of fear or failure. It's about acting despite them. There will be times when you hesitate, when you retreat, when you don't live up to your own expectations. In those moments, extend yourself the same understanding and encouragement you would offer a dear friend. Learn from the experience, dust yourself off, and recognize that the capacity for bravery is a journey, not a destination, an ongoing practice that evolves with you. Remember, the quiet courage you demonstrate in your everyday life holds a power that can truly change your world, one brave step at a time. As we bring this comprehensive summary to a close, let's allow these powerful threads to intertwine, forming a cohesive and enriching tapestry of insight. We've relived the thrilling escapades of the Air Pirate, a story that reminded us of the sheer power of narrative to captivate and entertain. We've delved into the complex interplay between technological advancement and the crucial ethical responsibility that accompanies it, a theme more pertinent than ever in our rapidly evolving world. And perhaps most importantly, we've reflected upon the ubiquitous nature of bravery, realizing that heroism isn't an exclusive club for the chosen few, but an inherent human capacity waiting to be recognized and cultivated in each of us. The Air Pirate was more than just an adventure story. It was a mirror reflecting universal human dilemmas, a compass pointing towards deeper truths about our potential for both greatness and folly. It demonstrated how stories, even fantastical ones set in a world of skyships and daring aerial maneuvers, provide invaluable frameworks for understanding our own reality. They allow us to rehearse moral decisions, to explore consequences from a safe distance, and to find inspiration in the face of daunting challenges. The lessons learned from Captain Ristover's unwavering resolve, from the Air Pirate's enigmatic motives, and from the grand technological marvels that both uplifted and endangered their world, are not confined to the pages or the airwaves of this audiobook. They are living principles, ready to be integrated into your own perspective, to inform your choices, and to enrich your understanding of the incredible adventure that is your own life. So, as we prepare for the very final chapter, perhaps a concluding thought, a look towards the horizons beyond this narrative, I invite you to carry these reflections forward. Consider how the narrative of the Air Pirate has shifted your own internal landscape. Has it prompted you to look at technology differently? Has it sparked a deeper appreciation for your own moments of courage? Has it made you more attuned to the unexpected twists and turns in your own journey? For the true power of any great story lies not just in its telling, but in its ability to transform us, to equip us with new insights, and to inspire us to approach our own unfolding adventure with renewed wisdom, resilience, and a profound sense of purpose. Thank you for soaring with us through this extraordinary tale. Get ready, for our final descent is just ahead. Part 8: A Call to Action. Our fellow voyager, as the final echoes of our aerial escapade through the exhilarating world of the Air Pirate gently dissipate into the ether, I trust your spirit remains aloft, invigorated by the daring exploits and heart-pounding moments we have shared. We have navigated treacherous skies, outwitted formidable adversaries, discovered hidden wonders, and perhaps, along the way, found a renewed sense of adventure within ourselves. The journey with Captain Arian and his intrepid crew might have reached its narrative conclusion, but the spirit of discovery, the thrill of the unknown, and the power of a well-told story are boundless. They continue to soar far beyond the final words of any single tale. Now, as your guide through these fantastical realms, I find myself at a unique juncture, one that transcends the mere recitation of words and ventures into the realm of shared experience and community. This very moment, this brief pause after the grand finale, is not merely an endpoint. No, it is, in truth, an invitation, a call to action, if you will, to extend the ripples of this adventure far beyond your individual listening device. It is an opportunity for you, the esteemed listener, to become an integral part of the ongoing voyage, to contribute to the narrative's legacy, and to help chart its future course. Our core mission in this final segment, therefore, is to foster connection, to deepen your engagement with this world we've built together, and crucially, to encourage a vital form of support that allows such expeditions to continue thriving in the vast ocean of audio storytelling. We are talking, of course, about the profound impact of your voice, your opinion, and your willingness to share this discovery with others. Your participation in these aspects isn't just a courtesy. It is the very wind beneath the wings of creators like myself and authors who dedicate their lives to crafting these immersive experiences. It's what transforms a solitary act of listening into a vibrant, living community, a collective sky filled with shared wonder and mutual appreciation. Think of it, if you will, not as a mundane request, but as an essential part of the grand cycle of storytelling. When an author pens a tale, they pour their soul onto the page. When a narrator brings those words to life, they imbue them with breath and passion. But it is you, the listener, who completes the circuit, who truly makes the story resonate, and whose subsequent actions determine how far that resonance travels. Without your engagement, without your feedback, without your enthusiastic recommendation, even the most magnificent aerial sarder risks remaining a whispered secret, rather than becoming a roaring legend that captivates thousands. So, let us embark on this final, crucial phase of our expedition, understanding that your role now is perhaps the most powerful of all. Firstly, let us talk about this invaluable act of leaving a review. Imagine, if you will, having just completed a breathtaking flight aboard Captain Arian's magnificent airship. You've witnessed wonders, escaped peril, and your heart is still pounding with the thrill of it all. As you disembark, wouldn't you feel a natural inclination to express your awe, to share your experience with the captain and his crew, and indeed, with anyone considering boarding for their own adventure? This is precisely the sentiment we hope to tap into when we gently, yet earnestly, ask you to leave a 5-star review for the Air Pirate if you genuinely enjoyed our shared flight. A 5-star rating, alongside a thoughtful comment, is more than just a number or a few sentences. It is a beacon, a signal flare sent into the digital sky, guiding other potential adventurers to this very tale. It signifies your profound satisfaction, your belief in the story, and your endorsement of the journey we've undertaken together. Let's delve a little deeper into why this simple act holds such immense power, not just for us, but for the entire ecosystem of audio storytelling. Consider, for a moment, the bustling marketplace of ideas, the vast digital expanse where countless audiobooks vie for attention. In this crowded sky, how does a new listener, seeking their next great escape, decide which airship to board? More often than not, they consult the navigational charts of reviews. They look for the collective wisdom of those who have already made the journey. A real-world parallel might illustrate this perfectly. Picture yourself planning a long-awaited vacation. You've narrowed down your choices to a few exotic destinations, perhaps even a couple of distinct tours or expeditions. What's the very next step you take? Do you blindly trust the glossy brochures, the professional advertisements promising unparalleled splendor? Or do you, like most discerning travelers, gravitate towards the reviews section? You seek out the candid opinions of fellow explorers, those who have already trodden the path, sailed the seas, or in our case, flown the skies. If a particular tour boasts hundreds of glowing 5-star reviews, filled with enthusiastic anecdotes about unforgettable sights, impeccable guides, and seamless experiences, wouldn't that instantly elevate its appeal above one with sparse, lukewarm feedback? Of course, it would. You're drawn to the consensus of positive experience, aren't you? You inherently trust the shared endorsement of others who have walked in your shoes, or rather, soared in your airship. From a psychological perspective, this phenomenon is deeply rooted in several fundamental human tendencies. Firstly, there's the principle of social proof. We are, by nature, social creatures who look to the actions and opinions of others to guide our own choices, especially when uncertainty looms. When we see a multitude of people endorsing something enthusiastically, it creates a powerful sense that this something must indeed be valuable, enjoyable, and worth our time and investment. A high average rating, coupled with positive comments, acts as a compelling endorsement from a vast, invisible community, assuring prospective listeners that their time will be well spent within these narrative confines. It's like seeing a busy restaurant. The crowd suggests quality, doesn't it? The same applies to our beloved audiobooks. A highly rated book sends a clear signal. This story is a treasure. Come and discover it. Secondly, there's the psychology of reciprocity. Throughout the hours you've spent with the air pirate, you have received a gift. The gift of immersive entertainment, escapism, excitement, and perhaps even inspiration. Your imagination has been stirred, your emotions engaged, and your quiet moments transformed into thrilling expeditions. When someone provides us with something of value, there's a natural, often subconscious, inclination to want to give something back in return. Leaving a positive review, especially a 5-star one, is a tangible, yet effortlessly simple, way to reciprocate that enjoyment. It's a way of saying, thank you for the adventure. Here's a small token of my appreciation that also helps others discover what I've just enjoyed. It costs you nothing but a few minutes of your time, yet its value to the creators is immeasurable. Furthermore, consider the concept of cognitive dissonance. If you thoroughly enjoyed The Air Pirate, if it truly captivated you and left you feeling satisfied, yet you don't take any action to express that enjoyment, a subtle internal conflict can arise. Your positive feelings are at odds with your inaction. By leaving a review, you resolve that dissonance. Your actions align with your feelings, solidifying your positive experience and making it a more concrete, shared reality. It's a subtle reinforcement loop that benefits both you, the listener, and us, the creators. And why specifically 5 stars? This is not an arbitrary request, but rather a subtle psychological nudge known as priming. By explicitly asking for a 5-star review, we are gently suggesting the highest echelon of satisfaction. If your experience truly aligns with that level of enjoyment, this priming makes it easier for you to select that option. It sets a positive expectation and helps to crystallize your feelings into the most impactful rating possible, assuming, of course, that your experience warrants it. We are not asking for an undeserved rating, merely guiding your appreciation towards its most beneficial expression if indeed your journey with Captain Arian reached the pinnacle of auditory delight. So, how do you, our esteemed listener, embark upon this crucial mission of leaving a review? It is remarkably straightforward. Far simpler than navigating a treacherous aerial obstacle course or deciphering ancient sky charts. Most audiobook platforms, whether you're listening on Audible, Libro FM, Apple Books, Google Play Books, or any other digital library, have a dedicated section for ratings and reviews. Typically, you will find it directly on the audiobooks product page. A quick search for the Air Pirate on your chosen platform should lead you directly there. Once on the page, look for stars, usually 5 of them, and simply tap or click on the 5th star to award the highest rating. Then, if the platform allows and your time permits, consider adding a few genuine words about your experience. What captivated you most? Was it the intricate world building, the relentless pace of the adventure, the memorable character of Captain Arian, or perhaps the way the narrative swept you away from your daily concerns? Did the narration enhance your immersion, bringing the characters and landscapes vividly to life? Even a sentence or two can make a profound difference. Absolutely loved the adventure, or couldn't stop listening. Truly epic, are perfectly sufficient and incredibly helpful. Your personal anecdote, your highlight, your favorite twist, or even just the overall feeling of excitement you derived, provides valuable context and encouragement for potential new listeners. It acts as a personal recommendation, far more persuasive than any marketing blurb. It humanizes the experience and invites others into the fold. So, take a moment. Find the Air Pirate on your platform of choice, and let your voice be heard. Your honest feedback is truly the fuel that propels these creative airships forward. Now, let us shift our compass to the second vital component of our call to action, sharing this magnificent aerial saga with others. The winds of adventure, much like stories themselves, are meant to be shared, to ripple outwards, touching new shores and inspiring new voyagers. Think about the most incredible meal you've ever had, the breathtaking vista you've encountered on a journey, or the profound piece of music that stirred your soul. What is your immediate, instinctive reaction? Don't you feel an overwhelming urge to tell someone about it? To describe the flavors, the colors, the emotions, in hopes that they, too, might experience a similar delight? Sharing is a fundamental human act, a way of connecting, of building bonds, and of spreading joy. Consider Captain Arian's own philosophy. He wasn't one to hoard his discoveries or keep his thrilling escapades a secret. On the contrary, his legend grew precisely because his tales were whispered across taverns, recounted by his crew, and eventually documented for posterity. He understood that a truly grand adventure gains its ultimate glory not in solitary triumph, but in the collective awe and inspiration it ignites in others. Similarly, The Air Pirate is not merely an audiobook. It is an experience, a journey designed to be shared, to spark conversations, and to ignite the imagination of fellow adventure enthusiasts. From a psychological standpoint, sharing an audiobook like The Air Pirate offers multiple layers of satisfaction and benefit, both for you and for those you share it with. Firstly, there's the deep human need for social connection and shared experiences. When you recommend a book you loved, you're not just passing along a title. You're inviting someone into a shared world, offering them an opportunity to experience the same thrills, the same suspense, the same wonder that captivated you. This creates a common ground, a fertile soil for conversations, discussions, and bonding. Imagine the delight of discussing Captain Arian's latest daring maneuver with a friend, dissecting a surprising plot twist, or debating the motivations of a mysterious antagonist. These shared narrative experiences forge stronger connections, deepening friendships and creating lasting memories. Secondly, sharing a cherished piece of media, be it a book, a film, or an audiobook, is often an expression of our own identity and taste. By recommending The Air Pirate, you are subtly communicating your appreciation for high-octane adventure, intricate world building, and compelling storytelling. You are signaling to your peers, "This is the kind of exciting, imaginative content I enjoy, and perhaps you will too." It's a way of curating your personal brand, showcasing your discerning taste, and identifying yourself as someone who appreciates quality entertainment. People often look to their friends for recommendations because they trust their taste. It's a form of peer-to-peer curation that is incredibly effective. Then there's the powerful concept of opinion leadership. When you recommend something with genuine enthusiasm, you position yourself as a trusted source, someone whose judgment others respect. There's a quiet satisfaction in being the one who introduces a friend to their new favorite story, isn't there? You become a purveyor of joy, a guide to uncharted narrative territories, and that sense of positive influence is inherently rewarding. It's a testament to the fact that word of mouth remains, hands down, the most potent and authentic form of marketing imaginable. An advertisement can inform, but a sincere recommendation from a trusted friend inspires action. So, how can you practically apply this powerful act of sharing? It's wonderfully simple and can be integrated seamlessly into your everyday interactions. Think about the people in your life who share your passion for adventure, for science fiction, for fantasy, or simply for a good, old-fashioned, thrilling yarn. Do you have friends who devour books, who love movies with elaborate plots, or who are always on the lookout for their next podcast obsession? These are your prime candidates. Start by simply telling them about The Air Pirate in conversation. You know, I just finished this incredible audiobook called The Air Pirate. It's about a daring captain, flying airships, encountering sky pirates, and solving ancient mysteries. I literally couldn't stop listening. Describe a memorable scene that particularly resonated with you, without giving away crucial spoilers, of course. Perhaps the ingenious escape from the floating citadel, or the heart-stopping chase through the storm clouds. Paint a vivid picture with your words, inviting them into the wonder you experienced. Beyond verbal recommendations, Leverage the digital tools at your disposal. Many audiobook platforms allow you to directly share a link to the Air Pirate with friends via email, text message, or various social media channels. A quick tap of a share button can send a direct path to adventure right into their inbox or feed. Consider crafting a short post on your social media platform of choice, be it Facebook, Instagram, X formerly Twitter, or even a specialized book lovers forum like Goodreads. A captivating image, a brief endorsement, and a link can catch the eye of many potential listeners. Something like her just finished The Air Pirate on Audible and WOW. If you love high-flying adventures and thrilling mysteries, you have to check this out. My new favorite listen. And don't forget the power of communities. Are you part of a book club, an online forum dedicated to audiobooks, or a group that enjoys specific genres? These are ideal venues for enthusiastic recommendations. Your voice in these spaces carries particular weight because you are speaking to a pre-qualified audience, people who already share your interests. So, don't hesitate to unfurl the sails of this story and let its winds carry it to new horizons, new ears, and new hearts. Your sharing is a gift, both to us, the creators, and to those whom you introduce to this exhilarating world. Finally, as our magnificent aerial journey aboard the Air Pirate concludes, and as the last echoes of the story settle, you might find yourself yearning for more. More adventure, more intricate worlds, more compelling characters brought to life by the human voice. This thirst for new narratives is a beautiful thing, a testament to the power of stories, and I am delighted to tell you that the skies of audio adventure are vast, and my own hangar holds many more tales waiting to be discovered. Therefore, our third, and equally important, call to action is a warm invitation. I encourage you to direct your compass towards my personal website. Consider it your next navigational waypoint, a destination where you can discover the full breadth of my auditory expeditions, a place where our connection can extend beyond the confines of this single story. Just as Captain Arian maintained detailed charts of his discoveries and future plans, so too does my website serve as a comprehensive logbook of my various narrative voyages. Let me paint a picture for you. Imagine stepping off Captain Arian's airship, exhilarated by the journey, but also curious about other uncharted territories, other magnificent vessels awaiting launch. My website is akin to a grand airship hangar, brimming with diverse craft, each promising a unique flight. You've just experienced the thrill of a particular model, the Air Pirate. But what if you're curious about a stealthier reconnaissance craft, a massive cargo hauler traversing alien landscapes, or a swift, agile fighter soaring through historical skies? My website is where you can explore these possibilities, where you can chart your next course and discover new horizons. From a psychological perspective, directing you to my website serves several crucial purposes, fostering a deeper, more lasting relationship. Firstly, it taps into our innate human curiosity and the desire for exploration. Having enjoyed one experience, a natural question arises: what else has this person created? What other worlds can they take me to? The website acts as a centralized hub, a comprehensive directory that satisfies this exploratory urge, making it easy for you to navigate my entire body of work without having to search multiple platforms. It's a curated experience, designed for your convenience and discovery. Secondly, a professional website builds trust and establishes authority. In the digital age, a dedicated online presence signifies professionalism, commitment, and transparency. It assures you that you are engaging with a serious artist, someone who is passionate about their craft and dedicated to providing quality content. This fosters a sense of reliability and encourages you to invest your time and trust in future audio adventures narrated by me. It shows that I am not merely a voice in the void, but a dedicated artisan with a portfolio of work and a commitment to my audience. Thirdly, it's about community building and direct connection. While platforms are excellent for consumption, a personal website offers a more intimate space. It's where you can go behind the scenes, learn more about my process, discover my inspirations, and perhaps even glimpse into future projects that are currently taking shape. It transforms a transactional relationship listener buys audiobook into a more relational one listener joins the community. It provides a direct channel for communication, allowing me to share updates and for you to connect with me directly, should you wish to. This personal touch deepens the bond and makes you feel more like a valued member of the crew, rather than just a passenger. And finally, for both myself and for you, it serves as a powerful discovery engine. It's where you can efficiently explore my other works, perhaps discovering a genre you didn't know I narrated, or finding another series that perfectly aligns with your tastes. It's an opportunity for upselling and cross-selling in the most organic, recommendation-driven way possible. You enjoyed one story, now you can easily find another. Building brand loyalty and ensuring that your next audio journey is as fulfilling as this one. It's about ensuring your narrative thirst is always quenched and that new adventures are always within reach. So, what wonders await you upon my website, and how precisely do you navigate there? It's as simple as charting a course on a clear day. My website is narratorname.com. Once you arrive, expect to find a treasure trove of information and opportunity. You will, of course, find a comprehensive listing of all the other audiobooks I have had the privilege to narrate, spanning a diverse array of genres. Perhaps you're keen on exploring epic fantasy sagas, delving into gripping thrillers, or even discovering inspiring nonfiction works brought to life. My website will be your navigational chart, complete with snippets, reviews, and direct links to where you can acquire these other adventures. Beyond my portfolio, you might also find a dedicated section for behind-the-scenes content. Ever wondered about the process of bringing a book to life? The vocal preparation, the character differentiation, the nuances of performance. My website might offer insights into these fascinating aspects, perhaps even featuring blog posts, videos, or interviews that delve into the art and craft of audiobook narration. It's an exclusive glimpse into the cockpit of the creative process. Furthermore, It's often the first place where I announce upcoming projects, new releases, and special promotions. By visiting regularly, or even better, by signing up for my newsletter, an option you will most certainly find on the site, you can ensure you are always among the first to know about my next high-flying audio endeavor. Imagine receiving an exclusive transmission directly to your inbox, announcing the launch of another captivating story, before anyone else has even caught wind of it. You might also find a section dedicated to connecting with me personally. A contact form, perhaps links to my social media profiles, allowing you to follow my ongoing adventures, share your thoughts, and truly become part of an ever-growing community of listeners who appreciate the power of the spoken word. This direct engagement is invaluable. It's how I learn what stories resonate most with you, what genres you're eager to explore, and how I can continue to refine my craft to deliver the most immersive experiences possible. So, as we prepare for a gentle landing from this final, invigorating segment, remember these three crucial actions. Firstly, if the air pirate has soared high in your estimation, please consider leaving a 5-star review on your chosen audiobook platform. Your positive endorsement is the very compass that guides new listeners to this fantastic journey, lending authenticity and credibility that no advertising can replicate. It is your personal salute to a flight well enjoyed. Secondly, don't keep this magnificent aerial adventure to yourself. Share the air pirate with friends, family, and fellow enthusiasts who you know would relish the thrill of high-stakes airship battles, cryptic clues, and unforgettable characters. Your word-of-mouth recommendation is the most powerful tailwind this story could ever wish for, spreading its legend far and wide, creating shared experiences and sparking wonderful conversations. Be the one to introduce someone to their next great escape. And finally, extend your journey of discovery by visiting my website, narratorname.com. Chart your course there to explore a universe of other audio adventures I've narrated, to delve deeper into the craft of storytelling, and to join a community of listeners who share your passion for immersive audio experiences. It's where our paths can continue to intertwine, where new expeditions are always on the horizon, and where you can remain at the forefront of my narrative endeavors. Thank you, truly, for lending your ears, your imagination, and your precious time to the Air Pirate. It has been an honor and a profound pleasure to be your guide through these exhilarating skies. Your support, your engagement, and your willingness to participate in the ongoing life of this story mean more than words can express. It is your enthusiasm that fuels the creative engines, allowing new worlds to be built and new adventures to take flight. May your own skies always be clear, your compass always true, and your heart ever open to the next grand adventure that awaits. Until our paths cross again, perhaps in another sky, another time, another story, I bid you a fond farewell. Safe travels, and happy listening. And as the final echoes of the Air Pirate fade into the ether, I want to extend my deepest gratitude for joining me on this exhilarating journey. It's been an absolute privilege to share these daring escapades, to bring Captain Arius and his crew to life in your mind's eye, and to navigate the treacherous skies and thrilling encounters alongside you. But while this particular adventure may have reached its spectacular conclusion, the world of storytelling, much like the vast, abound sky, holds endless horizons. Your decision to embark on this audio voyage, to immerse yourself in these characters and their struggles, is what breathes true life into every word, transforming mere sound waves into vivid experiences. It's your attentive ears and your vivid imagination that truly complete the creative circuit, making every aerial maneuver and whispered secret resonate with authentic impact, drawing you deeper into the heart of the narrative. This connection, this shared space of imagination, is the very essence of what makes audiobooks such a powerful medium. Now, as you disembark from this particular airship, I have a small but significant favor to ask, one that holds the power to launch countless more journeys for myself and for future listeners, ensuring that the winds of storytelling continue to carry new tales aloft. If you found yourself swept away by the daring deeds, captivated by the intricate plot, or simply enjoyed the immersive experience of the air pirate, then I sincerely hope you will consider leaving a 5-star review wherever you discovered this audiobook. Your honest feedback is truly invaluable and profoundly impactful. Think of it as leaving a guiding star, not just a casual comment, for other potential adventurers. In the vast, bustling constellation of audiobooks, a 5-star rating acts as a powerful beacon, helping our story cut through the digital static and shine brightly for others who might be searching for their next great escape. Algorithms on platforms like Audible, Apple Books, and Google Play, which govern visibility and recommendations, are heavily influenced by these positive ratings. A flood of 5-star reviews tells these systems, in no uncertain terms, that The Air Pirate is a story worth promoting, thereby extending its reach to countless new ears. Beyond the algorithms, a glowing review acts as personal assurance to real people browsing for their next listen, helping them decide to invest their time and credits in our adventure. It tells them that this is a flight worth taking, a world worth exploring, and characters worth meeting. Each review isn't just a number. It's a testament to the shared magic, a digital handshake that acknowledges the effort, the passion, and the craft poured into every minute of this production. It's how independent stories find their audience, how authors and narrators continue to create, and how the adventure community grows. Your 5 stars directly provide the crucial lift, allowing us to keep building new worlds, imagining new heroes, and, of course, giving them a voice. It's an incredibly potent form of support that costs you nothing but a moment of your time, a few clicks, and a few thoughtful words, yet yields immeasurable benefits for the story and its creators, ensuring the continued viability of independent artistry. So, please, if you enjoyed the flight and want to see more such aerial sarders take shape, give us those 5 stars. Your contribution is truly the wind beneath our narrative wings. Beyond leaving a review, imagine the joy of sharing this discovery with a fellow enthusiast. If the Air Pirate has truly resonated with you, sparking your imagination and carrying you away, then I encourage you to spread the word amongst your circle of literary explorers. Do you have a friend who dreams of dirigibles and daring aerial feats? Perhaps someone who enjoys steampunk aesthetics or tales of clever rogues? A family member who devours stories of courage against overwhelming odds and richly imagined worlds? Perhaps a fellow commuter who is always on the lookout for their next captivating listen for their daily journey, or a member of your book club who appreciates a good narrative debate. Prompt them to join our growing fleet of air pirate aficionados. A personal recommendation from one adventurer to another is the most powerful endorsement an audiobook can receive. It bypasses all the marketing noise and speaks directly to a shared passion for enthralling tales. Think of yourself as a purveyor of fine adventures, guiding your companions to a hidden gem they might otherwise overlook in the vast expanse of digital content. Sharing a link on social media, sending a quick text, recounting a favorite thrilling moment over coffee, or simply saying, "You have to listen to this one. It's unlike anything else," can make all the difference. Every time you share the Air Pirate with someone new, you're not just recommending a story. You're inviting them into a community of listeners who appreciate exceptional audio experiences. You're helping to expand our crew, strengthening the very bonds that make these shared imaginative journeys so rewarding, creating a ripple effect of discovery and enjoyment that truly makes a difference to creators. And for those who are already looking for their next high-flying audio adventure, or simply wish to stay connected and explore more about the worlds I've had the pleasure of narrating, I extend a personal invitation to visit my digital hub. You can find me online at Narrator's website address, where a whole host of other narratives await your discovery. Consider it your personal airship hangar, filled with blueprints for future voyages, records of past expeditions, and even a gallery of concept art from various projects. On my website, you'll find not only fascinating details about the Air Pirate, perhaps even an author's note or an intriguing map of its world, but also a curated collection of other audiobooks across various genres, from pulse-pounding thrillers to heartwarming fantasies, all brought to life with the same dedication and passion you've just experienced. It's a space designed to be a true listener's lounge, intuitive and easy to navigate, where you can delve into behind-the-scenes insights, read compelling blog posts about the art of narration, learn about upcoming projects, and even find exclusive content that won't be available anywhere else. You might discover interviews with authors I've collaborated with, sneak peeks at my recording process, vocal warm-up routines, or even early access to sample chapters of new releases. You can also sign up for my newsletter, a friendly dispatch that lands directly in your inbox, keeping you informed of new releases, special promotions, and behind-the-mic anecdotes that offer a deeper dive into the world of audio creation. This website is more than just a promotional tool. It's a direct line to me, the voice behind these stories, and a gateway to a broader universe of audio entertainment. It's where you can join a vibrant community of fellow audiophiles, where our shared love for excellent storytelling can continue to flourish. I often share updates on new narrations, offer recommendations for other fantastic audiobooks that I personally enjoy, and sometimes even host exclusive giveaways or Q&A sessions. It's a dynamic space, constantly evolving with new content, designed to deepen your appreciation for the craft and connect you with a broader world of auditory delights. So, please, navigate your browser to narrator's website address and bookmark it for your future listening pleasure. Let's keep the conversation going and the adventures flowing. Your journey with the Air Pirate may conclude here, but your adventure in the world of compelling audio stories is just beginning. Your continued engagement through reviews, shares, and visits to my website is what allows these stories to truly take flight and reach the ears of those who need them most. It's a partnership between creator and listener, a symbiotic relationship that ensures the magic of narrative endures, constantly evolving and expanding into new, unexplored territories. So, once more, thank you. Thank you for listening, for imagining, and for supporting the art of audio storytelling. The grand tapestry of tales is woven not just by the teller, but by the multitude of hearts and minds that embrace them, making each strand stronger and more vibrant. Your part in this ongoing epic is truly invaluable. Keep soaring, dear friends, and I eagerly anticipate our next rendezvous in the boundless realms of imagination. Until then, may your own journeys be filled with wonder and discovery. Thank you for listening to tonight's story on Stories of Crime. If you enjoyed this crime audiobook, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss another mystery, investigation, or chilling true crime tale. Leave a comment below and tell us what case you'd like to hear next. Until next time, stay curious, stay cautious, and remember, some stories never truly end.